Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. This is beautiful. We're starting with 30 people in here. I couldn't ask for a better stream on a lovely Tuesday evening. So look at this. We got Faceless. We got so many people in here. We're going to go through real quick and just say good evening to all the channel members and all the homies and homettes out there, I guess. So first off, I want to say congratulations to Kurt24 for being first, and then congratulating himself on being first, and then saying thank you for himself, congratulating himself for himself being first. That you get applause for me on that one. That was good, Kurt. Um, Congratulations, Kurt, on being first, my friend. And of course, Kurt is also a channel member. So let's go through and say what's up to all the channel members. So if you are a channel member, do me a favor, sound off in chat just so I can see that you're here and honor you as I like to every evening. So we got more Beta Prince. What's up, brother? Another channel member. We got Key ASC channel member. Jeff Cron channel member. Kurt24 channel member with a golf clap on the side. Let's see. We got Jeff Cron. I got you. ADXR920. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Another channel member. We got Gerchop. 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 Oh, Gerchop, how I miss thee. We'll see you one day. I think they found his phone in jail, and then they took it from him because he can't be watching DLD After Dark in jail. Like, right? Y'all have seen those little butt phones, right? Those little tiny cell phones. I think he was rocking one of those. I think he was watching DLD After Dark in his little butt phone in jail, in butt jail. Um, ADXR, what's up? Flying Rich, what's up, brother? Another channel member. ADXR, Jeff Cron, Key, ASC, and who else? Hey, come on, PLA. Sup, feds? What's up? Hello. Greetings, fellow children. Flying Rich, come on, PLA, Key, ASC, Jeff Cron. Hey, PrintBunny says, I'm a channel member. Yeah. Kurt24, hey, Detective John Kimbo. Detective John Kimbo. I always want to say it like that. Oh, bro, what happened to Toy Town? Oh, what's that song where like the arms of the angel, where the little fly flies on the African kid's face, just like walks all over his face. Um, Makes me sad to see that you're not currently a channel member, but I still shall honor thee. See what happens is so many great people like Kurt24, Mike McClune, ADXR920, Key ASC, these guys just come in and they gift channel memberships and they give them to everybody. It's crazy. They'll give out 5, 10, 15, 20 a night sometimes. So all these people become channel members. And then it takes me like 20 minutes to do a greeting on each live stream, which I love and am super grateful for. So love all y'all. Let's see who else we got here. Detective John Kimbo. Kurt24, come on, PLA. If I missed you, make sure you say something in chat. Like where's Misty and where's Ron? You know what I'm saying? Come on. Let's do the honorable mentions as well. We got Constitutional Carpenter up in here. We got Paul Revere up in here. Jason Ewing up in here. Craig Licka, what's up, brother? Johnny Ba. Scoozy. Johnny Ba, Johnny Ba. Let's see. Shana. What's up, Shana? John Pauly says, hey, brothers in arms. Thank you for joining us. JC9, what's poppin', fam? Sport Brand, what's up, brother? One of the favorite mods around here. Toytown Inc., what's up, player? Good to see you. Let's see who else I know. I saw some more. Paul Revere. Jin Champ Jr. Dark had to wait for his mom to get off the computer. Mom, meatloaf, now! And then, of course, we got Faceless up in here, y'all. I don't know if he's just trying to catch like a glimpse of my feet or what. The Vajankle has escaped him, and he's trying to find some other way to relieve himself. I'm not sure, but we love the Faceless. If you do not follow the Faceless on Instagram, he won't follow you back unless you're DLD. You know what I'm saying? He did follow me back. I actually made a reel, and it's like a full minute reel of like, maybe I'll just publish it instead of drafting all the shit. But it's like a full minute reel of how like dope it was when I found that Faceless followed me back on Instagram. It's like started from the bottom, now we're here, and it's crazy. Y'all see. I'll drop that shit on Instagram. Why not? That's a little inside joke. Ron Bear, what's up, brother? Man Against the Masses, what's up, brother? Sandwich Chef, who also happens to be the chef of sandwiches. Good to see you. Let's see who else we got. Paul. We got Paul Revere. And I think that's it. I don't know. Let me go all the way back here. Oh, let's see. Bro, how could I forget you were double cheeked up on that fine Vegas afternoon? Woo! Tell them about the second I met you. All right, I'm not gonna lie. All right, before we bring our guest on, and I'm sorry, the guest is just chilling backstage right now. Literally, I didn't know it was him because he didn't have a ski mask on, right? I walk up and I'm like dapping people up, like, "What's up, man? Dark? Oh shit, it's Dark. It's dope to meet you in person, man. Yeah." And then some dude just walks up to me and looks at me like this, and he's like, "Give me a hug," and he's like, "Faceless." And that's all he said. And he literally just we hugged. It was great. It was romantic too, you know. We can talk more about that. He said, "Be honest." I was there for the first meeting. 1776 Supply Co. What up? What up? I want to hear this. All right, I'm bringing you on. I'm bringing you on. I promise. Joe Morris, what up? What up? Good to see you. Joe Morris. Is Joe Morrison? No, Joe Morrison. These all expire sometimes, guys. Sorry. All right, just making sure I don't miss anybody. Goonbeam. And guys, if you see in my description, I've been putting the link to Goonbeam there for the last, like, I don't know, 2 weeks or so, ever since I got back from SHOT Show, because, you know, we got to support all the people that support us, right? Like Supply Co, like Goonbeam, like Tack Knives, like all the people in the community that support us too, right? Like everybody's got their own thing, right? Like DLD Hardware, you know what I'm saying? We got to make sure we support these companies. So let's get down to business to defeat all right, sorry, let me stop. Sorry, I'm a dad of a 6-year-old, man. What the fuck do you want from me, okay? Anybody else who can tell me what movie that was from first? I don't know. I'll find something on my workbench to give to you. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started. Hey, Print Bunny, Print Bunny got it. Mulan to defeat the Huns. God, man, thank you. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get this started. It sounds like she's getting excited back there. If you guys have ever heard of this little company who's responsible for a lot of the stuff on my delightful shelf back here, you've probably heard of Supply Co, which that company starts with a certain sequence of numbers that YouTube doesn't like very much. It's like 1776. Supply Co, like 1776 Supply Co. So make sure you check them out. They're one of only like 2 companies that have access to the new P80 bridge frame. They got a whole lot of shit going on. They're the only ones that are Cerakoting them and selling them in different colors and shit. So make sure you check them out. But since you've heard of this company, you've likely heard of the wonderful people that run the company. So I'll start by introducing PrintBunny 3D, gun developer, designer, fucking owner of Supply Co. She does everything, okay? So I'll bring on PrintBunny 3D, and here we are. Boom! Welcome, PrintBunny.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. A little nervous, but good.
You're doing great. You're already, killing it in the comments, so you're gonna do great here.
I'm probably a lot more active in the comments.
Hey, that's the best place to be. Isn't it so cool, like how on my shows, half of the people are kind of like talking like about what we're talking about on the show, and then half people just have their own side conversation. Totally can't.
I'm guilty.
No, that's cool. I love it. I love it. It's awesome. So for the people in here that don't know who you are, that's funny. Flying Rich says PrintBunny kept all of us degenerates in line at SHOT Show. It's true. It's true.
Running secretary at FICO. Get everybody's flights in, get everybody's Ubers picked up, get everybody checked in, make custom badges.
Honestly, you guys did an awesome job. I was blown away. But for the people that don't know who you are, let everyone know who you are, what you do, and where they can find you.
Crystal Markinson, also known as PrintBunny _3D. I changed my name kind of as a joke with Smokey Shoot Shoot, but the name kind of stuck, so that's where I'm at on Instagram. I have a Facebook. I don't really use it, but it's there.
Okay.
And I run 17. Started with my husband, and now I kind of run it alone.
Nice. And okay, hold on. So the PrintBunny thing was a joke at first?
Yeah, because I own a Bombshell Squad official on Instagram as well.
Okay. And so tell everyone what Bombshell Squad is.
Bombshell Squad is a bunch of very, very pretty 2A females that are active shooters that have guns. And because we weren't advertising for 1776 because Instagram doesn't let us, I had to create that page. And on the comment section, I always link back to our website, but it's all a bunch of gun bunnies.
Dang, that's actually really smart. So it's a bunch of gun bunnies that advertise back to Supply Co.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. That's pretty smart. And so I know almost everyone in here's got to know, but what is Supply Co. for everyone so they know?
Supply Co. is a DIY firearm industry that we created a few years back. And we started at shows selling everything separately, and everybody kept telling us we were going to get in trouble if we put kits together. And now kits are kind of the industry standard.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it didn't used to be like that. Like everything used to be separate, right? Like I remember when I did my first AR-15 build, the jig I got here, the blank I got here, and then I actually got a different bit kit from somewhere else too. So it was all sourced from different places. That used to be the norm. Hey, out CNT Designs and Arms, welcome guys. Constitutional Carpenter, Hot Chicks and Guns. Yeah, check it out. You said it's Bombshell. What is it?
Bombshell Squad official.
Bombshell Squad.
And then when our Instagram at 1776 Supply Co. got nuked, we ended up calling it 1776 Supply Co.official because that page was already on an official page.
Ah, okay, that's smart. Oh no, I lost my juice. I need my vape juice. My bad. Woo! Sorry, got scared for a second. Nice. So you had also done some development recently as well, right? What got you into the 3D dev side of things?
Well, we always were a little bit involved in, like, what do people say, have your finger on the pulse. So we were always involved in 3D printing for a few years back, but I didn't really personally get heavily involved until shortly after I was on a podcast with the AK guy. And then I got thrown into the JSD Invitational. So I had learned on an iPad, a little tiny iPad, little tutorial here and there. And then I kind of learned on my own. And then I was able to create a gun just because I always wanted 1911 grips on a Glock. And that was kind of my goal, just throw it in there.
I could definitely tell that inspiration in the frame because those panels, were those part of the frame? I don't have pictures to show right now, unfortunately, but
my original idea was for it to be removable so everybody can print their own panels. And I had the screws and everything in there, but then when the rules started coming out and getting a little bit more strict, they're like, it can only be one piece. It all has to be integrated. Then I had to fuse them. But as we saw, there was other projects that had separate pieces as well. So I should have just left it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I heard, I wasn't super deep into it. Of course, I was, supporting my people, that were in there. But I heard there was a little bit of challenges with that. And, I imagine there's challenges doing anything like that for the first time.
Right. It's a great way to iron out any wrinkles now for that second competition. Hopefully they'll be putting soon.
Hell yeah. So let's see. You created this technique of bombshell back in the early days, before gun bunnies were really a thing back in like 2014. Dang. Yeah, I remember the first time, like I don't even remember when. Like I was just cruising through Instagram, and it's just like a bunch of like, half naked chicks shooting Barretts. I think there's like this weird, like almost how like Faceless has like a foot fetish, right? I think there's like this weird thing with like dudes watching chicks like laying prone shooting a 50 cal, because they always show like this weird the recoil, like, yeah, just everything like jigga, 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 jigga. I'm like, is that like a thing? Like, are dudes into it? And like I don't know. I mean, it's dope seeing chicks shoot because it's kind of sad, but like I well, let me say it differently. I would love to see, more women and youth shooters and the people that you don't typically see getting into shooting, especially at a younger age.
Yeah, definitely. You have females is something that our industry always tried to push into the firearm industry. That's why we started doing all the glamorous guns and everything. I actually originally was working at doing professional makeup in LA. And then I started doing Cerakote, and that was kind of my gateway drug to get into firearms. I owned firearms previously, but I wasn't really into them.
Really?
And now I have a nice collection.
So that actually was going to be one of my questions, was like, were you always kind of into 2A stuff, or kind of what got you in? So you were originally doing makeup, and then that kind of brought you into the Cerakote world?
Yeah. My husband was working at the railroad at the time, so I had a lot of free time. It was a stay-at-home wife, and I feel like I wanted that interaction. Started doing makeup in LA. My goal was to do special effects, blood and gore, but I ended up going into the beauty industry.
Dang.
And from there, I got to do a couple of director reels for blood and gore. Some strippers slicing some guy's throat and blood just going to the window. It was a lot of fun.
What?
Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy. Could you like find a way to implement the blood and gore stuff into like Cerakoting of a firearm, like a battle worn, bloody like AK or something like that?
Definitely could. Yeah, leave some fingerprints. Like the creativity of what a dirty, bloody AK would look like is what I could apply physically onto an AK.
Dude, that would be badass. So
It'd be horrible.
yeah, it would be like so disgusting, but so cool at the same time. So if everybody in the comments, what would you rather see? A battle worn and bloody AK, AR, Glock, or 1911? There's going to be a huge resurgence of 1911 building out there. I know we've kind of talked about this a little bit in the past, but guys, ladies and gentlemen out there, keep a lookout, because you're definitely going to see a lot more availability of 1911 parts and jigs and shit like that. Um, so when you grew up, were you around guns at all, or kind of when did you get into this?
Yeah, my family's always had guns. I have 3 older brothers and an older sister, and I'm a twin. So I would always play with my twin, and then when my older brothers kind of adapted him, I just went with him.
Okay, like what's it called? Not the identical twins, like fraternal.
Return. Mhm.
Gotcha. Okay, that's cool.
And
And
then they would go. I think we had a ranch in Mexico, and we had a big old ranch in Bakersfield, which is pretty much just acres and acres of land. And we'd get on quads, and me and my twin brother would be facing the back with like shotguns or something and try to kill squirrels, while my older brothers drove the ATVs.
that's dope. So you'd be turned around on the backside of it, like shooting on the move. That's
Yep,
crazy. That's badass. That's kind of like the hog hunting out of a helicopter. Have you seen that?
I have Texas, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's crazy. Um, yeah, I would definitely do. I mean, apparently, I'm hearing that people will actually pay for people to go hunt their land for them, because it's like pigs in some places are such a like it's they're devastating like crops and killing animals and shit like that. So it's kind of crazy. But So that's cool. So you kind of were always around firearms when you were growing.
Granted, they were not as safe as I am now, so they still drink and shoot, and we were probably having them drink and drive while we were shooting into
Yeah.
the abyss where there's other ATVs around. We were kind of our own safety patrol.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah.
were like probably 12 at the time, so it was not a good idea.
Yeah. That's we'll edit that part. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Um, so then where did like building and the desire to like get into the build community and the movement, because you guys, a lot of people may not know this, but like Supply Co's advocacy for keeping like building 80%ers and like all this shit alive, you guys do a lot behind the scenes. Like where did that come from? Like did you just start building one day, or did you how'd you get into it?
We started doing gun shows, selling individual parts. I think we ran into a Polymer 80 right after the Spectre was finished, before the PF940C was developed. And we just built one, and then from that one we were like, oh, okay, well, we can try to find one, sell it, and then with that money save it, buy two, put it on there. But it started at gun shows. We were selling individual parts, and then people would come up to us and ask us to basically do a backpack dump and be like, what am I missing? And we'd go through and kind of swap pieces, and then fix what they needed to fix and complete their kits basically for them. And then the next show we were like, okay, well, let's just make a pre-made kit for them. And US Patriot Army, our neighbor, was like, don't do that, it's illegal, don't do that, don't do that. And we're like, just mind your business.
Yeah. So this is before the whole buy build shoot stuff went crazy, but no one else.
A long time ago, before kits were ever seen.
Yeah, hang on, I think I'm lagging a bit. Give me 1 second, let me check my I may need to change networks. Give me 1 second. Sorry guys, brief intermission, hang on.
Okay.
Let's see if that helps. I had a little bit of a lag. Can you hear me okay? Nice. Okay, awesome. I think that's perfect. Intermission. Nice. So those Spectres, that was like the beginning. That I've always wanted, like the white Spectre, or like they called it the Barney. I think they said it was supposed to be pink, but it came out like straight purple. And then they had like a Tiffany blue or robin's egg blue. They had a few colors, right?
I don't think they had a ton of colors, but they had a couple. I didn't get to have my hands on them, but I think I should be able to get a hold of one.
Yeah. I've seen a guy that had a handful of Spectres, and I was just like, dude, I wasn't even into building at that point. I got my hands on one white PF940 V2, and this was before I knew, white was going to eventually be phased out, and we were going to, lose it. Even though looking back, like Brownells was selling them for like nothing, like dirt cheap. This is back when you got the whole thing. You got the frame, the jig, the bits, the rails, everything all together. And I got one, I think, at a gun show for like $89 cash. And I didn't know that white was going to be discontinued. So I did a battle worn paint job all over it. So I literally just like splashed black all over it. And then later on, when I found out white was, being ended, I was like hating myself for doing that. So did you guys go through a lot of the white ones, or? Well,
So we were doing 1911s and AR-15s before Glock came around. So we've had a lot of experience with other ones. When the Glock ones came around and they produced their white frames on the PF940C version, they were recalled because they would yellow in the sun or in the light. And we actually were doing Cerakote at the time when tumblers were the only thing that were being Cerakoted. So we brought Cerakote into the firearm industry as well. And during that time, since we were one of the only people doing Cerakote in the high desert, I promised Pamela 80 that we were going to paint every single white frame and they would not get anything back. And we bought out the rest of their inventory of whites.
well, if you ever find one lonely white frame somewhere, just remember me. Keep that in the back of your mind. Just throwing that out there. So all that stuff that I've seen, like you guys did this gorgeous, like 24 karat gold AK with Louis Vuitton furniture, like crazy 1911s with gold and chrome and all that. Who's behind that? Is it the whole team? Is it a little bit of you and others, or is that like your designer / LA makeup, that stuff?
At the time, it was a group effort. It was kind of a family business.
Mm-hmm.
And we were doing AK build kits back when we would be able to get them for like $200, but they were in pieces. So we'd have to demill and press the barrels and buy new furniture and everything for it. So customer had come in and he wanted to do a 1911 gold plated. So we helped him get to that AK through the build kit process.
Mm-hmm.
And then we did the 24 karat gold, and he tried to get the Louis Vuitton wrapped everywhere, and nobody would want to touch the project. So it's like, oh, my dad's been making briefcases when he came over from Mexico, and I trusted him to be able to help me. So the guy bought us a Louis Vuitton diaper bag and was like, if you mess it up, I'll buy you another one. But you guys are the only ones that are willing to try. So that was the first attempt.
So you guys literally cut apart a Louis bag and like stitched it around the furniture. Holy shit, that's crazy. I just assumed, and this is probably bad for me assuming it, I just assumed it was like a knockoff Louis bag, because who would want to actually cut up like a $1,500 like a diaper bag? But that's crazy. So it was 24 karat gold with actual Louis Vuitton furniture on the handguard, the gas tube, and the stock.
There's the handguard, the grip, and the stock. Upper and lower parts of the handguard, the grip, and the stock.
That's crazy. That's nuts. Yeah, I remember seeing that, and I was like, dude, I've never seen anything like this. Like that's crazy. Give me 1 second. I think something's going on with my guys. Give us like two or so minutes for an intermission. Let me try to check something. PrintBunny, I'm gonna take you out for a second too, guys. I'll play some music for 2 minutes just for a quick intermission. I gotta fix my what do you call it? My connection. 1 sec. Give me 1 second, guys. Just hang tight. We'll be right back. Boom, 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 beep, 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 boom, 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 boom. All right, yeah, guys, sorry. So something was going on where I was hearing an echo on my end, and it was kind of slow and delayed, and I just wanted to kind of restart everything. So we'll give them a few minutes to get back in, and while we wait for Print Bunny to come back on, I wanted to show you guys some stuff. Okay, you know, every time I get something cool, I got to show you guys, right? So there is a you know, I have a fascination with blue, right? Blue knives, blue guns, blue Glocks, blue ARs, blue everything, right? And I've been getting some new knives. I'm a Cold Steel fanboy. Like that's one of my brands. Y'all know my typical EDC is the Black Talon, which is just a beast of a blade, right? But there's one issue with this. It's not blue. It's a dope knife. It opens when you deploy it. So as you pull it out of the pocket, it opens up, right? Which is great for, you know, quick access in certain situations. Well, two things. When oh, let me get that back in there. So I got a new knife recently called the Cold Steel Holdout 1, right? Big old 13.25-inch beast. The thing is a monster. And I love it, but it doesn't open on deployment. So when you take it out, you actually have to flick it open, or, you know, fling it or whatever, right? You gotta open it somehow. Oops. Let me adjust this right here. Okay, there we go. So I've been eyeing this knife probably for years, okay? And if you guys don't know about this, it's called the Cold Steel Frenzy. Now, the Cold Steel Frenzy is a little bit smaller than the Holdout, but it's within about an inch, right? And the coolest thing about it is it's blue. This is the Cold Steel Frenzy. It is a 5.5-inch S35V. S35V? Hold up. I think it's the S35VN steel, okay? And look at this Wharncliffe blade. It's the warning. I mean, bro, I'm just kind of looking from back there. Like, this thing's got some reach on it. It's got some distance on it. It's also got some really nice jimping on the back there. So if you need to kind of do some close work with it, you can. But man, there's just something so special about the Wharncliffe blade, because that point, right? And not only just the Wharncliffe, right? So there's this, that point, first off, it's brutal. It's going to be angled towards a, you know, threat, attacker, whatever you want to call it, right? Now, knives are tools, right? That's, I'm not saying that these are intended for self-defense, but they're tools that could also be used as, you know, a self-defense tool if needed, right? So that point is going to be angled towards any threat if you ever needed to use it for self-defense, whereas a standard like clip point is not. The clip point points up. And if you guys, I would recommend that you go out to, you know, the desert, a field, a range, somewhere where you can actually practice cutting with a blade, and you will literally see clip points, drop points, any type of like the typical or standard blades will literally bounce off of clothing. Like if you take a ham and put the ham in a sleeve of a jacket, and then take a standard like drop point or clip point, you know, some type of blade like that, and just swing it, it's probably going to bounce off the clothing. It's crazy. So having a very, very significant tip that is angled towards the you know, target, we'll call it, is going to be very effective. And also for something like this is going to be able to kind of sink in, and that whole front here, like that whole part right there, is going to sink in, and you can drag and cut with it. So the dope thing about this, there's a downside to it and a dope thing about it. So this, if you look at it, you got to deploy it in the traditional way, right? Either you're going to flick it with the thumb stud, or you're going to, flick it out like I just did, or you're going to, sorry, it's tight, or you're going to literally just kind of manually open it, like old school style. There is a little blood drain, blood groove, whatever you want to call it. It's a manual, opening knife. So when you draw it, you have to draw it and then open it, right? Whereas something like this has the wave feature that was made popular by Emerson at the time, where as you draw it, your pocket on your pants catches it and opens it on the way out, right? Well, get this. Your boy Dark found a company. This company is called Snaggletooth MF. Now, I'm going to guess that the MF stands for something specific, but we'll just leave that up to your imagination as of now. So Snaggletooth, I already reached out to him, talked to him, had a conversation with him, and the owner of Snaggletooth is incredible. Like, this dude is so down to earth, super helpful. He's awesome. I reached out to him. I was like, I heard about your product. What their product is, I mean, think of a snaggletooth. It could probably get caught on things, right? So they designed something called a snaggletooth, which you literally either place it on or you replace your thumb stud, and then it's flat on one side, and then it has a piece that comes over, and it's a hook essentially, like that. So you can add a wave pocket opening feature on almost any knife. Okay. So when I reached out to him, I was like, hey, I'm looking for one for the Frenzy. He's like, hey, if you're going to do the Frenzy, then you're going to need to, do this one, this aluminum. You also have an option for Del Ren, or, he has multiple options. There's black ones, there's stainless ones. So I was like, well, I have the Cold Steel Frenzy, and I also have the Holdout One, which is too far away for me to grab right now. The Holdout One is a little bit larger. I mean, yes, this is a large knife, right? But it's still very light, very easy to maneuver. But I want it to open when I deploy it, right? Like this one. When you bring it out of these pants, whoop, boom, thing opens up right away. It's crazy fast. It's super, just dependable, always works every time. And it's hilarious if a cop frisks you because they will have no idea. So be kind, right? Let that police officer know that's infringing on your rights, your freedom, independence, and privacy, that knife is going to flick open in his hand and they're going to freak out. No, all jokes aside, that actually happened to me before. And I was like, yo, pull that out slowly and away from the edge of my pocket. Didn't work out like that. So it deployed when you pulled it out. But I want that same feature with knives that are designed like that. So this same knife, this has the locking system that was designed by Andrew Demko. It's called the Triad system, the Triad locking system. And if you'll see in there, there's that pin right there, almost exactly the same as this little guy right there. So you'll see the blade and the lock don't actually contact each other directly. The reason that most knives fail when you put them under an ass load of pressure is because you basically have the force of the blade, pushing back on the lock directly, and then that's when shit fails. What they did for this is they actually have this like 4.5 millimeter pin that's in here that the blade is pushing back on, so you don't have the force of the blade going directly to the lock. And no, you're good. You're good. You Yeah. Give me one sec. Sorry. So the blade basically is going directly back on the pin, so it's not even contacting the lock. The pin would actually have to break and snap for it to even contact the lock, which these things hold like 350 pounds. It's crazy. And after speaking with Snaggletooth, basically the wave feature is added via the thumb stud, and they have a whole compatibility website. So he was like, bro, I'll just send you the one for the Snaggletooth for the Frenzy, and the Snaggletooth for the Holdout. So boom, I just want to let you guys know about that. The last thing I'll show before we bring our guest back on, sorry, you guys know I love running my mouth. A lot of people like to invest in metals and stuff like that, right? I always, never really liked the whole idea of metals, because when shit hits the fan, whether it's SHTF, WROL, whatever, what is metal going to do, right? Silver, you can actually filter water with it, but aside from that, nobody's gonna be fucking using silver like when they're starving or dying of thirst. No one's gonna care about silver and gold. However, I had to get some of these things because I found this right here, 1 ounce of silver. And if anyone out there can let me know what this is from, it's probably hard to see because it's showing my reflection. It's like Inception. This is the bar of silver from John Wick that the Continental used for currency. And then this is the coins from John Wick that they used for currency. This is 1 ounce as well. Look at that, man. The thing's gorgeous. And for a free gift, because I bought 2 ounces of silver, they sent me another little Indian head thing here. So I just thought it was cool as shit because, look, I love John Wick. It's an awesome movie. And, this was just too cool not to have. So let me get a couple more. Anyway, I'm sorry. I've been sitting here running my mouth the whole time. Let's go back. We'll bring our guest back on, and we'll get back on track because y'all know me. I'm all ADHD, ADD, DDDD, HD. My apologies. So now we'll bring back on PrintBunny. My apologies, guys. Here you go. Boom. Here we are. Can you hear me?
Answer one question the rest of the time. Be honest and thorough.
Hey.
Hey.
Okay, now there's not, so we're good to go.
Yeah.
Okay. So where do we leave off?
I'm not sure.
I know we were talking about the gold and Louis Vuitton AK, but
Okay. So on that note, this is a rapper who rents out Lamborghinis in Vegas, and he couldn't find a single person to even want to try. And we were the person that were like, we're going to make it. We're going to do it. So we were very confident that we can get it done.
He had other shops turn him down that like they wouldn't even do it.
Hundreds of shops. He said he called hundreds of shops, and nobody would touch it.
Damn, that's crazy. I remember seeing the pictures. I mean, that shit was like breathtaking. I've never seen an AK like that. I thought I had a special AK because I had one hard chromed, and I thought that was like the coolest thing ever. Once I saw that shit, I was like, oh my god, like that's just something like that's incredible. But now, so you guys have basically been on the forefront for 2A advocacy. We know the ATF has basically come like crack down on everything from 80%ers to kits. We've had to separate the frame and the jig. We obviously have the brace stuff going on, and you guys have kind of seen the future. Really, Supply Co has kind of like led a lot of industry decisions where other companies tend to follow, and you guys even created your own dev team. Like you have Freedom Co dev team. Do you want to talk about that, kind of how that came about? Because I know you like 3D printing and
you kind of got off on me a little bit there.
Say it again.
So you kind of got cut off on me a little bit there.
Oh, sorry. So I was saying that like a lot of decisions that Supply Co has made is kind of like led like the rest of the industry to make different decisions. So for an example, in the beginning, everyone was like, you can't just sell jigs, you can't just sell frames, you're gonna go to jail if you sell kits. Yeah, I mean, we literally had people saying that we're gonna go to jail, that I would go to jail because I started a jig company. You'll go to jail because like, you're selling kits or whatever. People freak out in this industry, and a lot of the decisions that you guys have made, I guess I'm saying like people kind of look to see what Supply Co is doing. You guys are like the test case, and you kind of like led the way on a lot of things. And then other companies are like, oh, okay, we can sell kits now, or oh, okay, we can start a jig company. But through all that, you kind of saw that 3D printing and developing was going to be a huge part of the future because of how much or how easily the ATF can jump in and just sweep the rug right out from under us, take jigs, take frames, take parts, or whatever they can. Like how did you guys go about starting your own dev team, or like what was it that that made you want, how did it start, I guess?
I think it started with the 80% movement. The 80% receivers for 1911 AR-15 were pretty much non-existent when we first started in the industry. And the purpose that we wanted to create this company is for our freedoms, so that the government can't ever come in and take away all of our guns. And being that we're in California, we're getting attacked heavily.
Yeah, you guys are literally fighting behind enemy lines. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't understand how fierce California laws are, which I do want to hit on tonight. But when it comes to the development team, who all is on it? Can you talk about who all is on it, and kind of maybe why you guys recruited those individuals, or what, I guess how did it come about?
Well, I think there's just a lot of fighting in the 3D community, and we wanted to bring everybody together. So we kind of opened doors to certain people. A lot of them don't really want to come out in public, so I don't really want to mention their names.
Okay.
But if they're there, if they're tagged, follow their Instagram, you'll be able to see them.
Yeah. Gotcha. And you've kind of mainstreamed kits for 3D printing too. Like the first time ever I saw, slide parts kit, lower parts kit, slide barrel with a complimentary SD card was from you guys. And I saw that for Taurus, with the G2Cs, for Tauruses, for Glocks, for all sorts of shit. The Obsidian. I mean, you guys, your team has come out with some like revolutionary shit. Like the Obsidian is, for the people out there that don't know, the Obsidian is like groundbreaking. It is a 3D printed Mac 11 upper. Like that's crazy to me, because there was that need in the community, right? No one could get Mac parts anywhere, and what is it, Velocity or the VMAC parts were hard to get. You couldn't get bolts and all these parts, and then you guys just came in like, okay, fuck it, we'll design it and 3D print it. The Obsidian, I think, is slept on like by a lot of people. That's crazy. The Obsidian.
Yeah, the Obsidian is a completely 3D printed upper with proprietary parts. We had to get the front trunnions made with the 3D printed lower as well. And I believe on that one, we were trying to use that as a platform to adapt it to be able to create further designs available with more readily available parts, because the Mac parts are very difficult to get.
Yeah. And you guys already had other designs like ready to go, because when you drop something like the Obsidian, there's so many Mac designs out there. The Mac Daddy, the Mac and Cheese, there's all sorts of, Mac designs. And you know that when you drop a design, the first thing that other developers do is they remix it. But before you guys dropped the Obsidian, you guys already had a bunch of these made. How many did you already have like designed and like ready to drop when the Obsidian dropped?
I want to say probably around maybe like 7 to 10 or even more designs. And there's still a lot that you guys haven't even seen.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that yet, because I'm sure a lot of people don't know that more stuff is coming in the future. You guys did drop the glow. So what's it actually called?
The Lotus?
Yeah, the Lotus. That's right. Which is kind of like the Scarab, but it's the Obsidian version.
It's a 3D printed upper, and it takes AR-15 lower parts kit, I believe.
Yeah, see, that's incredible to me. Like, to have the foresight and be like, okay, these parts are difficult to get, so let's develop a 3D printed lower that takes AR-15 parts, which we all can get AR-15 parts like it, anywhere, right? You guys also sell them too. Like, you can find them at a freaking garage sale at this point. And then a completely 3D printed upper with a trunnion, and the way it's designed is crazy. So I talked to one of the developers there, which I wasn't thinking about the privacy aspect of it, but I'll leave names out of it. But the way that it's designed with the layers in one direction, so it's printed in one direction, and then it's got 4 threaded reinforcements on it that kind of keep the compression down, with a proprietary what did you call it?
Front and rear trunnions.
Front and rear trunnion. Sorry, I was trying to remember the terminology. I guess when I think of trunnion, I think of AKs, but yeah, yeah, same, yeah, same kind of thing. But like, that's crazy. Like, to be able to create something like that, like a 3D printed upper, like a 9mm round going off is 35,000 psi. To make something that can literally be like pooped out of a 3D printer in less than a day, like, that's crazy to me. I think what you guys are doing is like next level shit, and I don't think it gets enough love,
Yeah, I'm really proud of everything that the dev team has done to this point. And we're continuing to make new files every day.
Yeah, and you guys
really hard to keep the website up with what we actually have in store.
Yeah. And you guys did like a dev collab, which is kind of cool because it's like a collab, like a collaboration, but also like a freedom co, like a dev co lab, like a laboratory thing. So talk about the dev collab.
So are you talking about the way we include other people?
When you flew like your whole dev team,
the collab, yeah,
to one place, like, and you don't got to put anyone's info out there, but just kind of like the thought around it to get them there, get them developing something for each year, that kind of thing.
So I think we all talk to one another through computers, but not necessarily in person. And I wanted to kind of change that up because it's a lot easier and a lot quicker to develop something if we're right next to each other and creating designs and making tweaks like on the spot and instant.
Yeah.
So the first collab that we did was exactly that. That's how the Revenant came about. We got the upper from the company that makes, I believe it's Matador. And we just tweaked all day. And in I think it was like 2 days, we created a full Revenant.
So the Revenant was a product of the collab of your dev team, like all in the same room.
I got to fly everybody out here, and oh my gosh, IPS is so tall.
Dude, I know. When I met him, I was like, dude, you're like 7'13". Like, this is crazy. When he first walked through the door, like, he like kind of like fucking, I was like, holy shit! I had no idea how tall IPS is. Shout out to you know the whole serial list crew. But I think that's cool as shit, man, because that brings it to the next level. It's like you're flying the dev team, you know, out to kind of be together, to sit down, to like mastermind and come up with shit. To like, and within 2 days they had a whole new bufferless, you know, pistol caliber carbine with an upper that's made by a company who also supports the 3D movement too. You know, I just think that's cool as hell. And IPS said that you guys all like signed something, like when you guys were all together or something like that.
Yeah, we have a poster where we IPS made us a floating revenant on a blue background, and we all got to sign it. We were able to print them all on the spot because we have a friend who's a printer that we use, and so it's a company that we really work close with. So if we need something on a Jiffy, he's on it. So I was able to get the revenant made, created, printed into posters, brought to the Airbnb that we were at, and everybody got to sign it.
That's cool as shit. Yeah, that's something that like nowadays we're all basically, you know, messaging or talking on apps or whatever. Like having those people, like especially big brain mofos that are on the, you know, Freedom Code development team, in one place, like that's big brain shit. Can you talk about any other projects that are going to be coming out soon from the development team, or is it
Right
all
now,
secret?
I have an NDA, so just keep your eyes open. Website, Instagram, it's going to get blasted.
Yeah,
But we are working on some big things.
I think the one thing that I'll be honest, my printer has been down for a little while.
Mhm.
It's like down. I just haven't actually turned it back on and printed recently. But from an Ender 3, I'm proud of the prints that I've gotten. The one thing that I really want to print is the Obsidian, just to be able to say I printed one, and that I have a completely 3D printed Mac 11, you know, 3D printed upper, 3D printed lower. Like that's so crazy to me, and it takes Glock mags, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, so
We can definitely get something like that set up for you.
yeah, that would be awesome. I usually print in blue filament. This the Duramic blue, that's the denim blue. That's my go-to. But I think it's cool that you guys saw, like, okay, the one thing, like the signal, they can't stop that. Like, because they're the ATF and other governmental organizations are constantly attacking the, you know, build community, the 80% stuff, the frames, the jigs and parts. And I think one day we may get to a point where they're trying to regulate just parts, you know, slides and barrels and shit like that. But I think it's next level shit that you guys were like, okay, let's take the 3D printing shit to the next level, because I haven't seen any development team drop shit like you guys have come out with. It's next level shit.
I think that's the goal for all dev teams, is to make something that can't be regulated.
Yeah.
I know that we've been working on some really cool stuff, and I think the next goal is to make a hardware kit that you can buy at a local hardware store.
Damn.
There should be something like that maybe out there already, but I personally haven't messed with it or touched it, but this is something that we do want to do.
Yeah, that would be crazy. And of course, by me saying that, I don't mean anything like negative about other. I think anybody that is developing or helping build, or even like, you know, my company selling jigs, if anyone out there is furthering the movement at all, hats off to you. So I don't mean what I said to say that other people aren't, you know, other teams aren't doing shit. I'm fond of y'all's designs. That's all. I saw somebody asked you what's your favorite 1911 build, or I'm sorry, what's your favorite build, and you had said 1911.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing that I think we're going to see a big resurgence of because of all the bullshit with, P80 frames and jigs and stuff like that.
Well, we were in the 1911 game like way before it started. And what we would do is we would actually buy the parts from specific distributors. We had to convince them to let us buy the parts first. And then we would make sure that they functioned. So we built quite a few of our own to make sure they worked. Every piece worked with each other. And then we would create kits and push those. Well, other companies didn't know we were doing that. So they'd buy from different places that didn't really work well together. So I gave 1911s kind of a bad taste.
Yeah. It's a lot of fitting and finishing and stuff like that. For some reason, a lot of people are like deterred from going down and like trying a 1911. I think if they give y'all's kits a try, they'd probably have
we do all the pre-fitment and everything before we even send them out.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. Yeah, somebody mentioned something about you guys being in Cali. I mean, the reality is that like if we don't keep freedom fighters in California, then we give it up, right? Like we can't just give up and walk away, right? I for a long time had a similar mindset, like like fuck Cali, fuck New York, fuck Jersey, fuck but if we don't have people behind like actually trying to further the movement and make changes, then it will not only like stay the same, it will absolutely get worse. Get worse.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think California is where rules begin and then they spread. So the mindset, the platform that they use to push these rules through will get pushed into other states.
Yeah.
So we do what we can to fight them here before they get out.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. And I've seen like small things, and you tend to see it in like Cali, Rhode Island, Jersey, New York, Connecticut, like those same states typically get the very similar rules, regulations, and restrictions. Like y'all's pistol roster is insane. Like talk about that.
Well, let me touch base on this real quick. So
Yeah.
right now, for an AR-15, you have to separate the action between the upper and the lower in order to release a magazine. Or it has to be featureless. That means no adjustable stock, no compensator or muzzle brake, no regular pistol grip. And innovation starts here. We have the Juggernaut Tactical. We have 5 different ways to make AR-15 California compliant that will allow you to drop the magazine with the push of a button, kind of, but it still separates the action between the upper and the lower.
Damn. Okay. So let me get this right. So in California, you either have to have a completely featureless rifle, like we've all seen them. We've even seen like the silhouettes of them where like there's like the flags that say like, the come and take it flags. There's some that say like come and take what's left of it, and it's like a picture of a featureless AR. But that means like no threaded barrel or no muzzle brake, no bayonet lug, no standard capacity magazine, a featureless grip, and you have to separate the upper from the lower. Like you kind of have to shotgun the upper open to change the.
So I kind of break it down with the magazine. So if you want your magazine to drop freely, it has to be featureless. If you have a fixed magazine, then you have to. If you have a fixed magazine,
you can have
then you have to
featureless.
I'm getting myself confused. Okay.
So it's. I think I may have confused you. So
it's I kind of evolve everything around the pistol grip. If you want a pistol grip, you have to have a fixed magazine. If you want a fin grip, it has to be featureless.
Okay. And I saw one of the magazines you guys had was like fixed, but in like an intelligent person could remove it rather quickly, and that was still a
For cleaning, yeah.
Yeah.
But it is a fixed magazine, and it loads like you would load a shotgun. Take the spring, lock it in place. There's a door hatch on the other side. Load your ammo, close it, drop the spring, and it shoots all the rounds back up.
See, in Cali, I would like accidentally break the law. Like it's hard for me to even comprehend all that. And then there is some stuff for the single shot exemption, I guess, but I'm not too familiar with that, because I've seen people build like Glocks that have like a bolt that apparently would, but I don't know what actually falls in the single shot exemption. There's been a lot of what do you call it, like disagreements on that. What is the single shot exemption?
I'm not too familiar on the Glock one, but for the AR-15, I can kind of touch it a little bit.
Okay.
So the AR-15 single shot, we have basically we have to have an AR-15 16 inches in length. If it's anything shorter than that, it has to be single shot and has to go through a full process to be even allowed to be sold in California. So we have to make it single shot. I believe Franklin Armory came out with a single shot SIG P320.
Yeah, I just saw that
in the roster in California.
Yeah, so that's like one of the first handguns added to the roster in a very long time, right?
Yeah, we're working with another company too to try to get that roster built up. It's just such a long process, and people are so intimidated by it, they don't even try.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw that, it's kind of interesting because similar to one thing I saw, I forgot what it was called, but it's basically like you could have an AR with features and then drop in a bolt carrier group and charging handle that basically turned it into a single shot. You have to rack it every single time, right? I don't recall what that's called, but this SIG is kind of the same, right? Where it's a single shot. You open it, load the breech, close it, boom, right? But if, it was like shit hit the fan, whatever, like the end of the world as we know it, you can just take out the 320 module and then just throw in a standard 320 module, and boom, you have a regular SIG similar to the AR, where you could just take out that bolt carrier group and charging handle and then put in a standard one, and boom, you have a regular working AR or SIG 320 if rules didn't matter at that point. But I kind of think like all that innovation is cool because it gives people the ability to still have guns that, if needed to, they could convert to standard semi-auto.
Yeah, there's something that I was a little concerned too, though, with this is California is getting smart. I think they're watching us. So I think that the new terminology PMF is going to be used to attack whatever we want to do in this situation.
So you think they're going to start using like the privately manufactured firearms,
that term, to be used against us?
Damn. Yeah, and I guess if they could find a way to like set precedents that like modifying something is privately manufacturing, or like even the ATF's version of manufacturing is crazy. Like if you're just assembling something, you would need an 0702 SOT. If you're doing it like for resale and shit like that, it's crazy.
Yeah, I think California is limiting how many private. So if I remember correctly, and I'm not 100% sure, in Arizona, you can do a bill of sale and transfer a gun to somebody else without having to go through an FFL. Here in California, you have to go to an FFL shop. The shop holds it for 10 days while the transfer goes through to the other person. I believe I just read that there is a bill that passed that limits how many of those we can do per month.
Damn. They did something even in Virginia, which is kind of like the first step. They've done a couple things. Virginia is mostly a free state, but they've done a couple things where they took private transactions. I used to be able to just like, you know, hand a gun to somebody and be like, here you go, give it away to them or whatever. They took that away. They've to where you actually have to go do a private transaction at an FFL and do paperwork that you're transferring the gun. It's crazy. But now I know that you know, running Supply Co. You're not the only part to running Supply Co. And your is your better half around or not? You're the better half. Is your other half?
No, he's the better half. He's
he
an advocate for it. He's not physically boots on the ground, but he does help a lot with a lot of advice.
Yeah.
Anything that we need, he's always there.
He's just been there for this, right? Like he's he, you know, he could share his insight from the bleachers.
Yeah, pretty much. But
yeah.
He's helped a lot whenever we run into any sort of pickles. He generally can help guide me through it because it gets a little overwhelming if you're doing everything, you know.
Yeah.
And something that we've kind of tried to keep all in one place because it's really hard to depend on people. So you can't depend on shirts getting done super quick. You can't depend on stickers getting done super quick. You can't depend on even product being made if we outsource anything. It's always like a week to outsource, a week to do, a week to get it back. And that's already put us way behind.
Yeah.
So we started doing everything ourselves as much as we can. 24 karat gold plating, wrapping, gun skins, demilling, and putting together uppers for AKs. There's just so much that Supply Co does.
Yeah.
It's
And
hard to name them all.
y'all's Cerakote work is incredible. Like a lot of the Cerakote work that I've seen you guys do, the one AR you did, you guys did for me. Of course, when I got it, I was like, what the hell is this Cali compliant lower? I was confused, but I figured it out after a little working with it. But that blue battle worn on that that AR is crazy. I've gotten the most compliments on that AR. So y'all's Cerakote work is like next level.
Yeah, we've noticed a decline in the quality that Cerakote themselves allows to push through. So the training, I think we were able to get in when it was really, really strict. And the manuals that you can get now are very brushed over lightly. It doesn't really teach you the intricacies. And I know that there's a lot of companies that say you can't Cerakote plastic, but you very well can. You just need to know the technique.
Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, I saw. I just got a message from Knuckles. Yeah, y'all. I'd love to have both y'all jump in if he's around and available. Hell yeah, that'd be awesome. I'd love to keep both y'all there too. The you know, you guys are a good balance, like the yin and the yang. You know.
Yeah, I can move. So he gets in here.
Yeah, yeah. Let me see what some of the comments are, guys. If you have questions in the comments, feel free to. Let's see. Question for you guys. What's your bathroom gun? Went to PS 940C. I guess some Patmos slide and Magpul magazines, OEM lower parts kit, and there's an intruder while you're on the toilet. Do you wipe or not? That's a good question. I would say wipe after because you're probably going to shit your pants anyway. All jokes aside, like I carry 24/7. Like even when I sleep, it's in my waistband, and I also do have a shower gun because that is the only time you're going to catch me without a gun in my waistband because I don't have a waistband. So if you go to Walmart, you can get one of those like $15 waterproof plastic little kits, right? It's got the O-rings on it. It's literally waterproof. All you got to do is take a little shitter and boom, put it in there. put in your shower, you get a shower gun. It's easy. Now, the funny thing, so this came from a meme, right? It was a literal joke where I saw a meme, and I think it was like a cat or a dog. I don't even remember. But it was somebody showed a picture of the same little Walmart plastic container with a 5-shot J-frame revolver inside. And it was like a cat or a dog like smoking a pipe. And it was like, huh, I need a shower gun. And I was like, oh my God, that's such a great idea. So you do have to service your shower gun, though, guys. You got to keep it clean. Depending on the gun, you got to either keep it clean and wet, oiled, or clean and dry. But, it's a real thing. So let's see. It's better to sit on the potty when you can, because when you need to be one, that may be. Now double down, strip off pants for range of motion and shock factor. Yeah, you definitely will shock some people if you come out strapped, but ass naked. There's Fluffy Bunny Arsenal says 1776 Cerakote is amazing. And if you guys have seen a lot of the videos that I have in the past with like some of the 19s, one of the 17s, some of the 19s, and the AR. A lot of that Cerakote work was done by Supply Co. So, Mr. Knuckles, welcome to the party.
What's going on, everybody?
I appreciate you joining us. We've been talking about I don't know how much you've heard, but talking about the history of Supply Co., talking about the dev team, talking about everything. Were you able to catch any of that?
I was busy doing work. I just got off for the day, so I was lucky to kind of come in and jump in a little bit and spend some time with you guys, and I appreciate that.
Nice.
So I'm not really up to speed, but sounds like you guys went over quite a few things, huh?
Yeah, we went over basically, some of the more unique stuff that you guys have done. We touched on the gold and Louis Vuitton AK. Touched on a lot of the 3D printed stuff. We discussed like the Freedom Code Dev team and the Obsidian. Discussed that you dropped the Glotus. The one thing we didn't discuss at all was the trailers. So some people have actually hit me up and they've been like, yo, I just realized that these trailers are all connected.
Yeah.
PrintBunny had mentioned that you guys kind of started taking on shit like yourself to where you couldn't always rely on other companies, right? So it's like you don't want to rely on another company for media and stuff like that. So you kind of just like took it all into to do it yourselves, basically, right?
Yeah, we do a lot of that stuff. It's not necessarily we do it, but we have people that we work with that are close knit that are within it. As far as the commercials are concerned, they're mostly produced. I have a lot to do with the writing factor of it, writing the scripts and kind of directing them. Yeah, the storyboards. But all the credit for that goes to a company called LLP, Low Level Perpetrators. They're actually open for business to a lot of companies. They've done things for plastic explosives. If you guys haven't heard of plastic explosives, they did commercials for them that we were featured in. They've done things for quite a few other people. We do a lot, and that's what makes them so unique is that people get the feel that we do the whole thing. Although we have a lot of input, it is a lot of the magic that they do. A lot of their input and their leaders is a great guy to work with, and he does. Both of them. There's two main guys, and they do great stuff. It's obviously Faceless and Vice Grips run Low Level Perpetrators, and the reason why it feels so authentically 1776 is because they work so well with us with the vision that we want to see, the type of lighting we want to see, the vision that we have, and whether it's something that's continuous for like, for example, we're speaking about now where all the trailers kind of go together with each other, or if it's something that's solo, they do a great job keeping that look and that brand alive and really working with us. So as far as it, looking inherently like something that we've done, a lot of that credit goes to their ability to work with their clients like us and really do what they need to do to make the client's dreams a reality. you know. So it feels at the end of the day like I have a lot to do with it, and I do have a lot of input. I will say that, but you know, at the end of the day, they are still the company that does it, and they're doing a lot more stuff. So you should be seeing more and more stuff come out from them. Although obviously we're working with them exclusively right now, I wouldn't want to go anywhere else, but you should see them working with more and more people as time goes on. So I know they picked up a few other clients that are going to be pretty exciting. So
yeah, I remember the first perpetrators video that I saw was that plastic explosives one. And dude, like literally from the moment it started, like when he, you know, sat on the bike and kicked it on, like the music, the vibe, the lighting, I mean, everything is just like, I mean, it's like a minute long motion picture. Like it's crazy. I don't know what quality it's in. I don't know. I mean, it looks like it's like 5K, like like high, but everything, all encompassing shit was just like, holy shit, like I'm watching like a movie, you know?
Yeah. Well, and that's the interesting part about it. That's where that kind of prays right into what I was referring to, which is, you know, I you know went to school for fine art, so like when you get your fine arts degree and you do things like that, there's a lot of this stuff when you do fine arts, at least the time I went through, is what you would think, but there was a lot of things I was lucky to do to supplement the fine art side of it that most people wouldn't know went with those degrees. So although I was being trained classically to paint and draw and Conte and graphite in the standard sense of like portraiture work, I was smart enough to have professors that were like, hey, you should do photography, you should do filmmaking, you should, because just by learning, let's say you want to paint, let's say you're a great painter, let's say you have the hand and you could paint the Mona Lisa right now. If you don't understand the leading lines and eye flow and how to actually crop that image onto your canvas, it doesn't matter how well you can paint if you don't understand framing. You have to know how to understand framing to create that painting. So, you know, I was blessed enough to kind of go through that through school and do all some of that stuff. And I kind of brought that over. I was a good writer in school, and I wrote for stories, and you know, I wrote in college for some stage plays and stuff like that. And I did stage production. You know, obviously PrintBunny, like she referenced before, that's one of the reasons that we get along so well. She did stage makeup. She did makeup for films and movie sets. I did building and innovation for stuff like that. And a lot of that transitioned over when I did start working with low-level perpetrators to make these films. But the part that does not translate is I'm like, okay, so I was able to draw my storyboards out, my thumbnail sketches, you know, my 1x6s, here's what I want, here's what I want. And then we go to film it, and I'm watching the filming, and I'm like, why are we having this issue? And the director's kind of shut up. And I'm like, well, why are we doing that? Why can't he just walk normal? He's like, shut up. I'm like, why can't the actor just walk normal? He's like, shut up. Like, I don't want to talk to you about this. And then we go later and I see, and I'm like, why was it so hard? Because we had this actor in between two lines, and the director's having him walk so straight. And he's like, when you go to stop, you're going to walk from one mark to another mark. When you stop and put your weight on either your left or right foot, you're slightly leaning out of the frame. And it's like, why are we so short on a frame? It's like, well, for the look that we went through, for the look that we were going for, the lens that was needed, and like you said, the quality and this and that, it turned into where the frame of the shot is so finite that the difference between when you walk straight, you know, we all naturally walk with a little bit of bob, just that little bit of bob at the beginning or the end of that, he was out of frame. But we'll just widen the shot. Well, you want us to change the lens for all the other videos? You want us to change this? No, this is continuity. These are things that make these videos look the way they look, and we cannot sacrifice it. And I'm like, oh, I'll shut up then, I guess, you know, because you go to a different lens, you think, it's a different lens. That just means that I don't know what that means, a wider glass, or no, it means a whole lot more. So
yeah, I think that tell that all of them kind of look together and go together, like the everything from the Geisler, the what is it, the stack, the Glotus, like every single trailer that y'all have put out, I didn't even catch it, you know, the first and second one, and then I was like, oh shit, that's the same dude. Oh shit, he got shot. Oh, he got shot with the glove. And then it was like kind of putting everything together. It was like the derelict character, all that shit kind of all came together. That's cool shit, man.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, it's been there's a couple more coming out. We're a little delayed. We're actually supposed to release one during SHOT Show, but it became kind of a mess, and we're a little behind. But it's interesting to, you know, we really wanted to bring something that whether or not you can whether or not you can afford to buy whatever kit we're offering at the time or whatever we're advertising. At the end of the day, we're all a community through and through. And we wanted to make sure that people could feel involved in that either way. So whether or not you are in a position right now where you want to build another, firearm, or whether you want to do whatever project we're releasing with that particular trailer, it doesn't mean that we can't create a trailer that can bring everybody in. And that was kind of the goal. It's like, well, it started with the trailers just as we were developing so much. The Freedom Code dev team just smashing out new design after new design. I was like, man, like release trailers are a must for us to build it up. It's something we just wanted to do. And I was like, what are we just going to keep trying to figure out what we're going to do with that trailer, or what do we do? Like, well, there's an underground movement and there's a feeling to what we do. We're all of us, the people in the comments, the people in the shows, in this community, we're all entwined, and what can we do to create the feeling that we're all a part of that universe? And this was the way of doing that. Was like, well, let's like make a short story. Let's make a short video that every time a trailer is released, regardless of whether it's a PDW, a pistol, or it may be, a jig that we develop, regardless of what it is, what if it tied into a further story that everyone could relate to, that felt like they were a part of the underground universe? And what that does is it opens up not only everything that we can do in the future, but it opens up that any one of you, I would hate to drop names just because it seemed like favoritism, but anyone in this comment section, anyone that works in our community, we can call them like, hey, do you want to be featured in the next trailer? Like, what do you mean? Like, we're filming the trailer for this new product, but we'd like to have you do a cameo just because you're a part of this community. And if you watch these trailers over and over and over again, you'll start seeing things that we put into these trailers that will show you and lead you to where we're going next. So obviously with the newest one, most released one anyway, was the Arc 2.0. You'll see when the video starts, the Derelict character moves a box out of his way. When I believe it's the Revenant character comes up and, he hands him some money. You'll see the box that he moves is the actual Geisler box. So you're now finding out that back when we filmed the Geisler video, that was a part of this universe. We don't know how it is, but it's a part of that universe.
Yeah.
I've seen DLD jigs have made, cameos in them,
Yeah.
appearances. Exactly. So it's like we can bring in people and put them a part of it and create this universe that tells a story, and it's just a cool way of keeping us all together and keeping us informed. And, anyone, like I said, anyone that has a product or wants to be a part of it, or, it's just a cool way to get everybody going. So,
yeah, it's dope, man. It's the little things like that kind of brought it full circle, right? Like that wooden crate that the Geisler was in, the big stack of jigs. I'm just saying, y'all may see some other stuff in the future,
Yeah.
A little cameo. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I mean that's cool shit, man. And I think that kind of highlights, not only what you guys are doing and like the forethought, but also the the connection of like low level perpetrators and just the whole squad. And I think people may miss that. Like when I come on stream and I talk to people and I'm like, hey, we need to support people in our community that support us. We need to support Supply Co. We need to support boom, 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 boom. These people, Goon Beam, right? Like it's the whole circle of people that all help keep the movement going somehow, right? Like DLDhardware.com. Just saying.
Yeah, exactly.
We call it community for a reason,
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that, you can make that correlation. But that really was the main thing, was, like you said, support the people that support each other. We all support each other in one way or another. It's just this sort of way of, like I said, it creates this ultimate universe where we can keep promoting the products. And like you said, support the people that we can support, want to support, that want to be supported, and have a good time. And like I said, for us, ultimately was to give back to the community in an entertaining way, so that even if they can't financially, physically, whatever it is, partake in whatever it is we're advertising for at that moment, you're still a part of the story. So, for example, as simple as the gold 24 karat gold AK that PrintBunny talked about, when she wrapped that thing with that Louis Vuitton bag, I watched that whole story obviously unfold, and you could write a whole book of just the one story of that 24 karat gold AK from where it started to where it ended. And the idea of the universe that we live in here between Faceless, Supply Co., Freedom Company, Dev Team, Freedom Company, LLC, which is like the actual firearms company, the FFL company, Dark Heart Customs, Iron Art Magazine. This world that we live in, this world of people that we work next to each other and with, is this vast underground, legal and illegal, possible, who knows, just this, I know you and you know me, and you meet these people around the country that know each other. It's this underground universe that we all know each other, just like this. Seems like there's people that don't even know any of us exist. And that's interesting because, we see each other all the time. We see each other talking on different videos, different streams. And the idea to propose just one shred of that type of, albeit personified, universe in a story is really exciting. Like I said, with the 24 Gold AK, the guy that brought that to her, years ago, that was a couple year project. He brought it. He wanted to build an AK, but he wanted a certain way, and he couldn't buy one the way he wanted. So he goes, "What do I do?" And she goes, "Well, you're gonna have to build it if you want it to be this Yugoslavian bulge front trunnion one." And he comes in and he's like, "Well, what do I do?" She goes, she orders the parts and then tells me, "You have to demill it, cut all this out." And she told him, I remember her telling him, she goes, "Supplyco will take it to the complete bitter end with you on this. We will follow you from the day you start it to the day you finish it. But this AK is going to be a learning curve. You've never built a gun before." And he's like, "No, this was the first thing he'd ever built. It's really, it was crazy." And she's like, "Look, we'll make the deal with you. And we've done it. The company's done it with tons of companies." She's like, "But you're going to have to understand that we will stick it out with you. So when you get stressed, just come back and say, 'What am I doing?' And we go, 'Oh, well, you got to finish cutting that, or you got to do whatever. We can't do anything for you, but, send an email and we'll do the best we can.'" And he stuck it through. So he builds this thing, takes months, man, builds this thing, buys the tools, and he built it. And then once it's done, he goes, "All right, well, now that I built it, I want to gold plate this thing." And we actually discontinued doing gold plating just because it was such a liability, because it wears off. It's the softest metal on the periodic table.
Yeah,
And
people have a really jaded perspective of actual gold on guns. But yeah, sorry.
no, you're totally right. They have a jaded perspective that, AU is the softest metal on the periodic table. And people think, I'm going to gold plate my 911 and just sling lead through it. It's like, well, be ready to touch up your barrel. Be ready, depending on how gentle you are with this thing. It's a coffee table piece, And she tells him that, we talk. And she makes the deal to actually do it for him, And it costs a very, very large number to 24 karat liquid gold plate a Yugoslavian AK. This famous AK that we did. And she gold plates it for him. Takes a while. Magazines, all this. What's interesting about it is after it's done, it was a disaster for everyone, because that customer was stressed. We were stressed. There's a lot going back and forth for months. And we're like, all right, it's done. And he brings this thing back, and he brings a Louis Vuitton bag. And he goes, "I got this Louis Vuitton bag." And she goes, "Okay." He goes, "I want to take the Louis Vuitton bag and I want to put it on the furniture." And she's like, "Oh, okay, well, we got Bakelite furniture. We could Cerakote all this." He goes, No. I've got thousands of dollars in this thing. I want real Louis Vuitton. Backstory of this guy: he makes a lot of money and he rents out Lamborghinis to rappers for music videos. This dude's loaded, completely loaded, tons of money, rents out Lamborghinis at huge money a day. And this is for his record studio back east somewhere. So money's not an issue for this guy. And he went all over the country. Nobody would do it for him. Nobody could even talk about cutting this bag up and doing it for him. And PrintBunny goes, "I'll do it, but just understand that I'm going to cut your bag up." And he's like, "No, I understand. I believe that you guys you can handle this." And she got a little bit of advice when she smashed it up quick. And when she got a little bit to where she thought maybe she needed a little bit of advice, she did what any good gunsmith, any good designer, any good person in this professional field, and it drives me nuts when we train new gunsmiths, she asks for advice. Even though she's an expert in tons of fields, she reached out and asked for advice. And it drives me nuts when you get these gunsmiths, we start training them, and they think I'm like, "Well, did you look it up? Look what up? Did you look up on YouTube how to take that apart?" You know what I mean? Well, no. Why not? Well, I'm a gunsmith. No, you are not. And the gunsmith, they pay us for our time and our patience and our tools. You're giving your customer none of those things when you try to rush through because you think a gunsmith can take a gun apart really fast and put it back together without watching or reading instructions. That's your ego killing you. They pay us for the work. I don't care if you know how to do it.
Yeah.
Read the instructions again. There's tons of jobs that I've done hundreds of times. She's done thousands of times that I'll still freshen up on. We have tons of gunsmith books. The company has tons of gunsmith books. That's part of keeping your ego in check and being successful. So she reached out. "Hey, what do you think about this?" Got some advice from family and friends that maybe had some things to add in, and she was able to accomplish it. And one of these days, I'd like to reach out to the guy. I spoke to him. We spoke to him a few months ago, and he sent us a video of where that thing ended up. Right? He's got this chic, badass apartment back east, like all marble and glass. and he Frenched it into the wall behind a fire extinguisher that says "break in case of emergency." And it's all gold and Louis Vuitton. And he sent me this video. I'll have to reach out to him like, hey, buddy, like, can we, keeping it, all obviously we don't want to put his information out there if he doesn't want to. Can we get a redone video of you? Because he like showed the apartment, right? And I'm like, well, that's a chic apartment. And then he kind of walks and takes the camera. And I'm like, oh, look at that, And it's so crazy because there was some stress involved on both sides. People got heated and stuff. And it was just awesome to see it go through. But, there's so many lessons that could have been, that were learned and unlearned, and things that can be talked about in just one story of one AK that, okay, it's an AK that's gold with Louis Vuitton. The things that were learned between that person, between her and the rules, and like I said, the lessons to be learned about your own ego and the things just from one project.
Yeah.
Is like in a weird roundabout ways why these trailers, kind of referencing what we're talking about, these trailers were so important was there's so much rich information and there's so much rich culture behind what we do as a community that it's just waiting to be explored. And the hard part is just finding the time and the correct way to articulate that to everyone else. And that's all of us, whether you work for Supply Co, whether you're in the comment section, you build at home. Everybody has these stories about their first, second, third, fourth build, So like, for example, when, doing the stack trailer, I'm sure you can remember things like with the stack trailer, you being on set, things that we did or didn't do. And, PrintBunny works on all those sets and does makeup. She does wardrobe. She does a lot of stuff with each one. And like, I'm not sure, can you remember, just to reference, like, let's say, well, let's talk about the ARC 2.0, which was the last trailer. What do you distinctly remember about that trailer? Like as far as behind the scenes.
Oh wow. I think spinning, any sort of spinning on the arc was a lot of fun. It was a little stressful because we were actually hand spinning that. And it was a lot of fun. Somebody was sitting on the floor and just cranking all the way around.
When you guys told me that, I think it was at SHOT Show when you told me, I never would have guessed that you pulled that off with someone actually like hiding. That shit looked so real. Like it was just being suspended by God's hand, just like spinning. That was crazy. And I want to, just really quick, to give these people an idea and to understand, when you guys were talking about like the plating, the 24 karat gold, like, to give you guys an idea, the shit that I showed y'all earlier, these little 1 ounce silver little John Wick coins, right? So these are silver, right? So these are like less than $40 each. If this was gold, just this 1 ounce, this is over $2,000. Now imagine an entire fucking AK coated in this melted $2,000 an ounce, like $2,100 an ounce shit. Like that's way, like, that's baller money that like I can't even explain. And a lot of people don't want to work on AKs. When I was getting my AK hard chromed, so many companies didn't want to do it. They're like, nope, won't do it, not gonna do it, not gonna, like, it's crazy. It's nuts. So I just wanted to give people an idea, because that's next level shit right there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It was definitely expensive, and that was the thing we had to talk to him about obviously before. I was like, hey man, this is a lot. And even more interesting is people that I still hear about, people coming in being like, oh, I want a gold plate and like Glock slide. Like, how much is it gonna cost? And write down the number and give it to him. Like, what? That's crazy. My cousin bought a gold Glock barrel off Brownells for like $100. I'm like, yeah, that was tin.
Yeah.
Like, that was shiny tin. And what's funny is like, it's gonna sound crazy. It's somewhat easier to do gold plating than it is to do like tin, like, DLC. Like when you're gonna do tin or DLC, depending on, which is the good gold plating you see now that isn't real 24 karat but lasts. When you see Terran or any of these other companies like shooting a gold barrel and it's lasting, a lot of that is a tin coating or a DLC.
Yeah.
Those, realistically speaking, if you want to shoot your gun, have a good looking gold, that's the way you go. But even as a company, a lot of us can't touch that just because it's like, a run. You have to have like 5,000 parts to do a run of DLC in gold. And like, well, I don't want to do 5,000 just 19 barrels, and they don't let you mix and match because they go in this giant gas chamber. If you guys have ever seen how DLC is applied, it's insane. There's only a few places that have like actual DLC, plating in the whole country. Most places get it from 5 or 6 places throughout the whole, like I said, the whole country. So it's more accessible for people to do gold plating. But what I will tell you is that if you guys want to get into it, other than the logistical issues, surprisingly easy to learn gold plating. It's just about patience, and people can get set up at home to do gold plating and make side money fairly easy. So I've always advocated for people like, hey, if you want to do it, like it's actually not that hard, to learn and to set up at home. You don't need a huge station. It depends on what you're doing. To dunk an AK, a little bit different. Imagine I get just a vat of liquid gold. It's a little stressful. But they have some wand kits now, man, that you can do parts like 1911 parts pretty easy. And yeah, like you can buy a wand kit for like $500 to $600 now, and they teach you to do it on like chrome wrenches that you buy from like Sears, because before you gold plate anything, you have to polish the surface to a chrome mirror finish underneath first. And most people don't know that. It's not as simple as just dumping it. You have to do, either nickel or chrome first. So most of the work is in polishing the parts first till they're a mirror finish. If you don't polish that part, let's say it's, I don't know, a hammer for 1911 or the top plate for the AK, right? If you don't polish that and you try to dump it, you're not going to get anything. You'll get something on there, but it won't be that gold plated look that you're looking for. And that doesn't matter how much, liquid gold you keep dumping into that vat. You have to mirror polish it first. And then there's a prep coating and all that. So, most people don't understand it starts as nickel first. So
that's interesting. I didn't know. I have seen like much older guns with gold on them, and I didn't know that like aside from hard usage, the number one enemy of like actual gold plated guns is just oxygen. Like
or sweat,
Yeah,
sweat, salt,
yeah,
things in the air. The air and the salt in the air and the humidity in the air, all the things that we can't really move away from us, are somewhat of an issue. But again, that just goes right back into what you said about people not quite understanding how much of an issue it is to really build a gold piece. People watch TV and they're like, well, I watched that movie and that rich Norco guy had one the whole time and he was shooting. He's like, yeah, because he had the money to get it touched up for sure.
Yeah, or just trash it and get a
after he shot it in the movie, he was like, touch this up. That's why it is a status symbol. If it was cheap and easy and you could run around with it, it wouldn't be a status symbol and you wouldn't want it. So
yeah. Damn, Z, that's interesting. Z's been dropping some comments. Like he knows what's up. He said use hydrochloric acid to polish to make it stick, and baking soda to neutralize it. There's also some other stuff you can do with some of those acids, buddy, but we'll use that for another stream.
Those are all steps that he's referring to in the process of gold plating. So
yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, I've seen a lot of some of the older like 24 karat stuff that's just totally oxidized. I mean, you can still see that it's goldish, but way before titanium nitride was a thing, I had talked to the same company that did the chrome AK for me. I had talked to them and I was like, oh, I've done a bunch of like brushed chrome Glock slides. Now I want to get at the time, please nobody judge me, it was a Glock 27, so it was a 40 cal, but I was like, I know, right, the 9mm guy that makes fun of everyone's 40 cals. I was that guy. But I was like, I want to get it all gold. They had a 30-minute conversation with me trying to talk me out of it. First off,
that makes me laugh so bad because that's literally Supplyco's number one policy is you will talk to them for 30+ minutes trying to talk the customer out of it first.
Yeah.
That is so funny.
Doing AKs too.
What's that?
Doing AKs, we try to talk them out of it a little bit. We go through, I guess, an interview process because we want them to know how difficult it is.
Yeah, like when we were doing the AK build kits, and we did have, by definition of what the community had, the easiest AK kits on the planet, which we can't do anymore with the new jig rule. This is pre pandemic. People would come in, everyone's like, I want to do an AK build. You had to have an interview with the shop. And depending on what you said, we weren't going to sell you the kit, regardless of what money you had, because it's a waste of the kit because you're not ready. You're not patient enough. And that sounds silly, but it's just funny to hear you say that. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they were like, okay, do you ever want to use it? Do you want to carry it? Do you have anything else that's gold? Have you experienced gold? And I mean, look, like it's like silver or gold, just keeping it. So, okay, here's an example. So when I was a kid, when I was growing up, I was, we were 5 kids in one house, both my parents, and my mom had this like silver set of like shit, like it's like you know, cup, like little whatever, like a china, almost like a china set, but it was all silver, and it would just oxidize and get super dull. And then every now and then she'd whip out this polish, and it was like, bing, like mirror freaking polished, right? Like, and that's literally just sitting in a room.
Yeah, it's probably mother's polish on.
Yeah, something like that. It was some white, creamy shit. That sounds disgusting, but yeah, something like that. Probably the mother's polish. But yeah, I mean, oxygen is definitely not a friend. Like you said, salt, sweat, but like titanium nitride changed the game. It like made that status symbol into something that anybody could get for, relatively inexpensive when you're talking about like gold guns,
Yeah.
I remember the first one I saw, the first titanium nitride firearm I saw was the gold, the titanium nitride Desert Eagle with the tiger claw, like
Oh yeah, the pattern.
The tiger stripe on it.
Yeah.
Almost like they sandblasted the tiger stripes in there and then gold tinted like that.
Oh, really? So it's kind
of, that's what they did. So they do a full chrome polish, and then they'll put their stencil and sandblast to create that different texture. And then when they do the gold plating, it follows that texture, and you can see that tiger stripe on there.
That makes sense now. That makes sense because it is like texture.
Yeah, it's a sheen difference rather than like another color.
Yeah, it's kind of like on one of the Glocks that that company did for me, which I'll shout them out too, not to step on toes, but Ford's in Florida did excellent work for me. But the Glock slides on the flats on the sides are like more of like a brush, a little more mirror like, and then the top and like the rounds are kind of more of like a matte chrome, so it doesn't shine when you're looking on the sights in the middle of the sun. You don't get any glare off the top, and it's kind of like water and like ice. It's kind of like two different like textures. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's like I said, that goes to how much they prep the undercoating. So whichever one is shinier, they spent more time polishing that part of it. So
Corporate has a question: could filament have metal or copper powder in it for electroplating? I'm guessing it would need a steel nozzle.
Well, what he's referencing there is, again, the process that we use to apply the liquid gold to the surface. So when you do this and you do all your prepping, you also put these little alligator clips. That's what it is. It's electroplating. When you do 24 karat gold, you actually shoot electricity through it and dip into a water, and that's how you plate it, using electricity. So I don't know. I'm not sure. I think more or less the issue with that is binding it. Like, what else would the rest of the material be? I guess I would assume that he's referring to the whole filament being just gold. So he's saying, could it have metal or copper in it? So are you saying the whole filament is copper and metal? I think that's probably in theory doable. As far as it being mixed in with another one, I don't know. Like when things heat up and melt at different capacities, obviously. So, depending on what other mix you had in there as it was melting and trying to print, I don't think that they would melt well together. But I guess I don't know. You have to be able to melt it. You have to be able to melt it hot enough for it to melt, be driven across the board or the bed, and then heal back up. So, yeah.
For me personally, the furthest I've ever taken refinishing is just polish with the Dremel, and I've gotten some decent results. But from now on, I'm only leaving that to the professionals because they can get a much better finish than I can.
Yeah. Well, the trick is to do it by hand. So.
Yeah. So me and Prim, a lot of the Mac stuff that the Freedom Code dev team released. The Obsidian upper, and just like the design behind it of like everything that it's designed to, like print in one what do you call it, vertical, print vertically, and then have the 4 rods that have pressure on it holding the trunnions in place and all that. You guys have released the Obsidian, you've released so talk about that a little bit, and I'd love to dive into that a little bit more, and then each one that you got.
Yeah, I'll kind of go into a little bit of it, and I'll hand it off to her for a second to kind of go through again, just to kind of give her opinions on each one. But so the Obsidian was the first one that kind of developed this. The trunnion stuff was really kind of where the base of the innovation came with what we kind of achieved with the team achieved with the trunnions. We were able to kind of bring it through to other designs. So the way that works is you have 2 trunnions, a metal one, a steel one in the front and the back. You print everything in between, and you have rods that pinch it together with some nuts. The first one obviously was the Obsidian. I'm trying to remember what the second one was, because we have a few that are unreleased as well. But we have the Obsidian, the Lotus. I'm not sure what else has been officially released, but there's I want to say a total of 8 of them that use that printed upper as a system. So like I said, I'm not sure it's officially released, because a lot of them have been done and through testing. We just haven't either filmed stuff or released, or we're getting them ready, because like we'd like to make sure that when we do release it to you guys, there's at least some kits available. That's not our goal, to wait for the kits, but it's stressful to the community when we release something and they're like, oh, that's awesome, look at this trailer and look at all this stuff, and I got the files from online and I can't find parts. So we like to make sure that upon release, when you guys see that trailer, that you can go to our website and there's going to be kits available for it to support it. So I think there's going to be a total of, at least as of now, at least 5 or 6. And most of them you guys will recognize as remixes of other builds that people have loved to have done in the community, but couldn't get the metal upper to do. So there's sort of that sort of thing. But I'm going to go grab something real quick. But when we first released the Obsidian, you've seen the Lotus. Going through all the things that we do with the trunnions and stuff like that, if you want to talk about the trunnion making process or anything like that, what do you think's been, the most well-receptive part of it? Because we're seeing people that couldn't get uppers and now they're getting them. What sort of things have you heard about those trunnions?
Yeah, I say real quick, the fact that you guys are like solution focused, and how you were like, okay, what's a common problem in the community? And the problem is like people can't get Mac uppers, or people can't get Mac lower parts kits. And then you're like, okay, boom, here's a solution. That's to me, like, that's cool as shit. That's keeping your finger on the pulse of the community, and then creating custom trunnions and shit like that too. By the way, shout out to Gerchop. Gerchop, welcome back. We've been talking about you every single stream that you were not here. So we miss you and love you and hope you're well. Sorry, my apologies.
No, you're fine. Sorry, I get nervous.
No, you're good. You're good. I love that you guys were like watching and listening to the community and then taking action on it. Like that's something that I think is, invaluable.
I think it goes back to just trying to make things available. So everything that we work towards the everyman being able to do it. So even the G-code files that we sell, it's not necessarily for those that already know how to 3D print, where to get the files, but it's to try to introduce new people into the industry. And eventually our goal is to try to transition them to where they can do everything by themselves, starting with, finding STL files and everything.
Yeah.
But we do what we can to try to make it as easy as a process to try to get everybody in here, including manufacturing parts and making guns and setting up G-codes and everything.
Yeah, and you guys actually, even though you're not necessarily always printing on an ender, everything that you guys have developed is printable on the most common and cheapest printer available, which is an ender, right?
Yeah, so whenever you get those little SD card files that we sell, you'll get the G-code that will pop up on your ender machine, but it also contains the STL creator credits and everything, and the README. So if you put it into your computer, you can make your own G-code or your own slicer settings for your own printer.
Nice. That's cool shit. And I do love, excuse me, like the fact that you guys like pre-slice them. Like, so for the people that like, I wasn't super confident in printing, right? So like, even though I had accomplished some prints, they're sitting over here like on my own. I was like, all right, that's cool. But getting the like the Freedom, for an example, getting that file and having it already like pre-sliced and ready to go, literally just put it in the printer and boom, and it was like perfection. I didn't need to do anything, you know?
It gives you a little confidence to try to start printing your own stuff.
Yeah, it was like, holy shit, I can print. And I mean, it was good quality. I mean, I was getting some decent stuff before that, you know, but it was cool. Like that's something that I think is definitely going to bring the more green printers, and you know what I mean, like the people that Supply Co says the Glotus is a secret one that's unreleased. What? I had a feeling. That was me. I was the one that said it first. My bad. I'm sorry. Whoopsie daisies.
I was trying to correct you the whole time. I'm like, the Lotus. Yeah, the Lotus.
Oh,
The Lotus.
I just say glow because DLD glowy. You know, that's it, guys. That's all. It's not.
So the Glotus is a DLD Lotus.
There you go. Exactly. Right. It's the DLD exclusive Lotus. That's why I just get confused. Right. But yeah, that's and another funny thing is like I didn't know at first that the background there that you're not actually in the shop. That green
No,
is
the
so
green
good. It actually looks like you guys are in the shop. It's
So there is a secret guest in my background right now.
is there
Faceless,
really?
actually here with us right now.
No way.
Screen.
He's just behind the green screen?
He's in the green screen.
Oh, he's in the ghillie suit, right?
Yep.
Right under the bush?
Yep.
Oh my god. I thought you were gonna say that he's physically, let me bring you up. It's gonna make you feel really awkward for a second. Oh yeah, look at that. Does he have like a blowgun or some shit? What is that?
That is the Chappie AR-15.
Nice. Hold on, you mean Chappie like from the movie Chappie?
We made an AR-15 to look like Chappie.
Oh, dude, that's dope. I love that like industrial metal battle worn like kind of look. That's cool.
I think we were arguing whether to put heist. Like let's go make heist. You know.
Yeah.
As we were trying to prevent that from getting on there, but there's Hazard. I think Faceless might have a picture of it on his profile. I don't know if we do.
That's such an underrated movie. I'm just gonna say, if anybody out there has not seen the movie Chappie, it's like CHAPPIE. You got to. It's a great movie. It's like an action movie, but it's like based on like, you know, the character of people and how machines can like it's cool.
It pulls those heartstrings too. It's a good movie. It's well rounded.
Yeah.
I was a little sad about this one because it was made for a customer. Customer came in and wanted a Chappie build. So we only had it for maybe a day or two in our possession to be able to take pictures with before it disappeared forever.
Yeah, you got to. Dark, you did bad and you should feel bad. I know, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Dark heard about it while looking at some files in a garage next to a Corvette. So it's all, yeah, the different files. That's the Joe Biden files. That's a different kind of files. Charlie, Chappie was good. See, Fluffy Bunny knows what's up. Chappie is good. He also wears aviator shades and a leather jacket, so it's extra chill. Yeah, you know me. Yes, Chappie is a robot. Chappie is a robot. Yeah, I didn't know you guys did a Chappie build. That's awesome.
You know, I'll have to see if I can find any photos of it. It was actually a pretty lengthy process, but we wanted to get the source material correct. But there's a few photos floating around somewhere. I'll see if I can dig it up. But
yeah. So if you guys, both of you, each of you, whatever you guys prefer, if you could say like the goal of Supply Co. and, you know, the whole ring of everything you got going on. If you could sum it up in like a sentence ish, what would you say? Rock, paper, scissors.
The whole goal for in a sentence, huh? Well,
I think our slogan kind of covers it.
Well, we've been around, we've been around since, like I said before, there wasn't AR-15 80% receivers. There was no Glock builds. There was no 1911 builds being done as far as 80%. There wasn't, there was AK building was going on. There was some, believe it or not, Mac 11 building. I feel like the first building I ever saw was when I was a kid. We used to build Macs out of like straight sets of sheet metal, and I still have some really famous books that I have from when I was a kid of everything in that gun was DIY to us back then. It's funny. I've shared those books since then, like everything from the bolt to the barrel was all DIY. And I've told a few people in the community, like, I've got this book, like it's old school, written in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s, about how to make the whole Mac from scratch in your garage. And people are always like, dude, imagine what the technology you have, we'll blow through it. And they get it and they go, who's doing this? I'm like, your dad was, and your grandpa was, you're soft.
Yeah.
You're fucking spoiled as 80%. Because like you look at these, they're getting, in the book, they get a solid chunk of rebar and they like cut it. And like then you take an angle grinder and cut a distinct line a certain way, at an angle and to a certain depth, and that's your ejector channel. And then you're going to get a drill bit, you're going to drill here, and that, to a certain depth and a certain diameter, and then drill another small hole directly in the center, and that's your firing. That's where your casing's going to line up, and then the firing pin's going to go through it. So I got to take that and go all the way through without it going crooked. And they're like, who does that? I'm like, people that wanted to do it on their own that didn't have wherever. So, I mean, the reason I'm touching on that for the question is like I grew up building guns from the hardest way possible, but it was when there was a will, there was a way. And we were doing it, SKSs and AKs and grease guns and all kinds of stuff. So when obviously I started seeing this advent of things that we could do, it was with 3D printing in 2011. I started playing with 3D printing in 2011, 2012, started seeing ideas of it coming around 13. And then what I started to do with 80%, like I had recently had a talk at SHOT Show, with another OG in the community, and we were reminiscing, in front of a bunch of people about the old days. And some of the people in the room were like, yeah, the old days, remember when like the ATF raided Palmerady? I'm like, that was like last week. And people are like, no, that was like 3 years ago. I'm like, that feels like it was yesterday. I'm talking about before this person and this person and this person, and we were taking, and I was making 80% out of a mold with aluminum because nobody was, making any. This is before this company started getting and making them and blah, blah, blah. And so I think with the long history of what we've done with 3D printing and 80% and just the advent of parts was a big thing that I always talk about the Supply Co did to help the movement move forward. Even before, we did do a lot of things first. We did a lot of stuff first with kits and other stuff. But the only way that the kits became a reality is we started to push companies to like sell parts. At the time, you didn't just like go into a gun shop, parts shop or your local gun shop and buy an AR loader parts kit or a barrel. Now it's pretty normal, whether you're in California, in the Middle East, they're in the Middle East, Northwest, wherever you're at in the country, depending where you're at, to walk into a gun shop and see like a replacement AR-15 parts. That was not normal. Like you didn't see AR barrels. You didn't see gas tubes, gas blocks, because people were buying ARs, and the ones they had were still lasting from the 60s, and people weren't really working on them that way.
You had to go to gun shows to see if possibly you could find one or two people that had it.
And they were all takeoff parts. And
it was all like a little thrift shop of gun
parts. It was takeoffs and be this 80-year-old man who like worked on his and was like, he didn't even think he was going to ever sell an AR barrel, but he just didn't want to throw it away, right? So now that just sounds weird, right? You go to a gun show and there's AR barrels for days. That was really the fight that we fought with, was getting these companies and getting anyone to make parts on the side. But why? There was no market, right? Why? No one's building guns. The gunsmiths don't need barrels that often. Triggers don't need barrels that often. So we had to create something to make it, and that's really where, the 80% stuff and all that we started really pushing. It's like now we have a reason to make parts a necessity. So I think that in one sentence, I guess I can't even remember the question anymore. Like what Supply Co stands for in one sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Something like that. Yeah.
It's tough because it's not just 80%. It's not just 3D printing. It's not just parts. I want everyone to remember why this stuff is here. And it isn't to build stuff cheap. It was so that you could do it privately.
Yeah.
It was to further and proliferate. So for me, to further and proliferate the current, past, and forever existence of private firearms manufacturing indefinitely. That would be my sense. Because that comes with different territories. That comes with us fighting for making sure parts stay available, kits stay available, new kits are available, new ideas are available, pushing the innovation. It isn't just the 80% stuff. It's everything that comes around it. When parts become available, then you'll see the 80% kits become available. You'll see 3D print become available to it. So to me, it's the obligation. Supply Co. to me, like I said, 17th Supply Co.'s one sentence to me is we have an obligation and a duty to protect and preserve the proliferation of private firearms manufacturing in the past, the present, and for the indefinite future.
Hell yeah.
So, and we don't know what that's going to look like. You know, it may be we have only one thing we can build 40 years from now because they've taken all away, but we will still be like, hey, we got this one thing that you can do, or this one way of walking around it. And the reason why I say that is I hear a lot still to this day, and I just shake my head. People look at a new, amazing 80% kit that somebody worked really hard, a company worked really hard to release, or a 3D print kit, right? Why would I do that? That costs the exact same to buy one. Then why are you in this movement?
Yeah.
I don't understand that. It was never about being a cheapo. Being a cheapo is cool. That comes second. Like, if you do it cheap, that's awesome. But this idea of like, well, you know, and I'm not saying spend all your money, but it was never about that.
Yeah.
It was about making sure you could do it privately without anyone else, that because it's nobody's business. It's nobody's business.
Yeah.
You know,
I think that the pricing aspect of it has actually done a disservice to the community, because like anyone can go to a gun shop, buy a Glock for, $600, whatever. They're different all over the country, right? Like I just bought a Gen 2 Glock for like $318 the other day, like last week, right? That people may not have that availability, right? But to do that, first off, that's rare. Nobody used that exception that I just said as a as a thing. But if you go buy a Glock for $500 or $600, you're gonna have to give up your freedom and independence and privacy and do that paperwork and notify everyone that you're purchasing that firearm. The private manufacturing of firearms, and I agree, one of the things I say all the time is, I believe that every single human being has the natural right to privately build modern firearms in the privacy of their own home with zero governmental, intrusion or whatever, or intrusion, encroachment, whatever you want to call it. And the cheap kits, the cheap shit that doesn't really work really well is, teaching these people, oh, well, I can come in and build a gun for cheap. They're not doing it for the right reasons. They're doing it to save $150. They end up with shit guns that don't work, that don't run right. They blow up all these companies' phones. They blow me up. And they don't actually learn the craft and understand how to properly do it and like there was no one to call, before. And like when I started, which was late to the game, there was no one to call. You literally had to do the research. And that was when shit was available on YouTube and we could learn. Like back when people were cranking out, Mac builds and Stin builds from exhaust pipes and shit, there was no one to call.
Nope. No, there wasn't. And that's funny. I'm glad that you touched on that, because that's kind of what we did with this 3D printing thing. We get a lot of flack for it, but for the first time since we started, we've always been involved in 3D printing because we're involved in DIY and parts. We've been involved since the beginning, but we didn't come out publicly until a year ago and start doing what we've now done, which is these kits and whatever. And since we've grabbed a lot of people that weren't printers before and we've made them printers, just like we did with 80%. And we did it by easeability and affordability. And again, like you said, we made a number that you could call. You didn't feel alone on this. It was a way about building confidence, but it's like you said, there is, I remember, so funny. I remember this conversation like it was yesterday, going with my brother to a gun show one time, and I was already in the business, and he like had this rule that he was going to build some stuff, but he wasn't going to use my company at all because, brother competition shit. And he's like, fuck you and fuck your company, and I'll do it myself. Because he's just feeling really small-manned about it at the time, and he still knows nothing about guns, so a fungo, But at the end of the day, he's like, well, I'm going to build my own AR, right? I'm like, okay. So we're going, and I'm watching him, like, pick things up off tables and look at me. And I'm just like, you got this, homie. You got this, right? And I eventually just look stressed out. I tell, look, I'm going to give you a piece of advice. When it comes to buying specific components for these ARs, it's like buying a watch. You can buy a really nice watch for a shitload of money, or you can buy a fake junk watch for a shitload of money, or you can buy a really good watch that actually does what you want to do for less money, but you have to know what you're looking for.
Yeah.
I see it with optics all the time. People pay, not just in optics. I'm sorry, let me preface this. I just see it more in optics easily. People in anything they do, whether it's guns, cars, any sort of hobby that takes a learning curve, people pay more for their lack of knowledge because they don't know what they're doing. So like, oh, well, I know Harley's good. I'll just spend a bunch of money. Oh shit, I'll buy a, Radeon Technologies 3-piece upper lower handguard set for fucking $2,000. I'm like, oh, it has an Anderson manufacturing stamp on it. You dumbass. But whatever. I like Radeon stuff. But I'm just saying, like, it's, I don't know how many people like buy, there's a certain lower that comes through our shops I hear about all the time that comes through. And it's just rare, high price, not rare, but high price lower. And every time I just laugh and I just point to the A on it, there's an A stamp on it. I'm like, and that same person's like, yeah, I don't buy that poverty pony stuff. And I'm like, you just did. Here you go.
Well, like, yeah, like I didn't even realize that apparently Mossberg makes like more than 50% of the AR barrels in the United States. I had no idea.
Yeah.
Like there's always like a small group, a half a dozen, or so companies that are providing the majority of parts like that.
Yeah.
And people, these like part snob shit. Like I went through it. I like right over there. I'm looking at a Frankenstein build that's LWRC, BCN, Colt. It was like I'll only use this, and then I started kind of finding out the truth about things. We do have a quick question. So Mike Concho, this is CRS Firearms. Is there an FN kit?
In 3D printing, yes, but not 80%.
Yeah, that would be dope if somebody would come out with kits like an FN or a Beretta.
Well, this is where it starts, is we'll start creating kits, whether it's going to be in 3D printing or in 80%. And then we have to buy original parts, and then the original parts are kind of pricey. So we create a market that Beretta would want to fill. And then Beretta, we have to call and contact them and see if they're willing to send us individual parts. And we give them proof of purchase. We show that we're going to be ordering large quantities, and that allows us to start getting the parts separately. Now they're separate. Now we can replicate. Now we can make them more affordable.
Yeah.
But it starts real slow.
Well, like she just referenced, there was a conversation in a Olive Garden that was had between me and a few other big players in the 80% world like 5 or 6 years ago. It's probably about 5 years now, a little bit less than 5 years. And we were talking about what we were going to do with the next 80% because we're in a stage where we wanted to do something else. And I pushed for, let's do a Beretta, let's do a 92FS. And the logic was at the time was the P320 or the 250, I think P320 with the 250 had been, it still was around, but it was getting discontinued. I think it might've been a year or two later, had just won the US trial. So I'm like, dude, all those 320s are going to be coming back. We're going to see a parts surplus. Well, they never came back. So that kind of went upside down, but that 80%, did get created and it did get kind of set up. And like she said, it's more about the innovation of what people need. So it's all about investment and time and release. So it's like, the sad thing is we wish we could make everything, but it's about parts availability, and we can do, Supply Co can do almost anything, but the more rare it is, and the more that you're saying to yourself, man, I wish someone would do this, it's probably more rare. It doesn't exist. We can probably do it, but it's going to cost an arm and a leg because there's not a market for it. It doesn't mean that people don't want it. And I know that I see customers get stressed out when I say, oh, there's no market for it. Obviously there is. I wanted it. I'm like, yeah, you're one guy. And I see maybe one of you a couple months. There's not enough market for the R&D and the production and for us to stop our machines that are doing Glock stuff or whatever. And that's for anyone. I'm speaking on in relation to other companies that feel the same way. It's just like the FN is a good example. I don't think you're ever going to see an FN in 80%. It's just not, well, especially now, it's not going to happen. What's going on with the states that can't receive 80% in their future? Well, it depends on what state you're in. You know, it depends on this conversation here, breaks off into two branches of thought. Okay. The one that we can have out loud and the one that we can't. So the one that we can have out loud is like, well, look at what your options are. Most states, you can still 3D print. You can still do certain things, you know, but rights cannot be taken. They can only be given. And I know that sounds funny. As soon as I say that, people are like, oh, you mean like voting, right? Like I gave away, I didn't vote, so I lost my right. That's not what I said. Like I said, your ability to whatever it is, your right can only be given. It cannot be taken. Every time I say that, I see this like wash over people, and they think that I'm referring to, you know, like you let your state have this happen to you. Like I'm in California. If I had that mindset, if you truly thought I had that mindset, I would have been done a long time ago. That's not what I mean when our company says that. What we're saying is like you have your own personal choice. Now, I've been seeing a slew, you know, we're all seeing a slew of people who think that means go act like Charlton Heston on Instagram. You're worthless behind cell doors, dude. I'm telling you right now. Yeah. Like you're worthless. You know, and it's sad because like we get called bootlickers recently because like people say things on Instagram. Like, dude, don't say that on here. Don't say that here. Don't say that there. Don't. Well, I thought you guys were tough. Like I thought you guys were like, dude, you don't know who you're talking to. You're on a public forum. That's just silly. Like if you're about
Instagram and Instagram has messages and you see it like you like in the warnings when you delete a message, it says you can still report deleted messages.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you were truly about it, then be about it and shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up. Why are you talking to me? Because you are, sadly, what I found is those guys are actually new to the gun movement within the last year or two, and they just fall into this fake, over-patriotic mindset where it's like, I got to be ooh-rah about everything. It's all infringements. I totally agree. But what I'm saying is X, Y, and Z. You're a bootlicker. You're like, we're arguing over whether the adjustability of a brace was legit or not. The brace itself is a fucking sign of compliancy from the beginning. Why are you even arguing with me that you got a bigger dick than me because did you ever have a brace on yours? Yeah. Well, then your dick is smaller than mine. I'm telling you right now. Like, why are we arguing over this? This is stupid.
I literally watched a debate take place on a live stream with somebody that all of us have seen make YouTube videos before, CRS. And the dude was like, I don't care. I'll show a gun on a live stream. And he grabbed his AR pistol and held it up. And he was like, I will not comply. Guess what was on the back of it?
Brace.
A pistol brace.
Oh, I saw a video recently. I bet you I could pull it up right now. It was like the day after this whole brace thing, right? And this guy's got he's got an AR and he's got it in a vise and he's got the mil-spec, rifle buffer tube on it and a brace and an SB3 tactical, which we all know my opinion on that. And he's like, it has this right over the screen. It's like, oh no, I'm taking my brace off. And he goes to take it off, right? And he's like, will not comply, and puts the brace back on. I'm like, what? So you're not going to comply with the brace? Oh no, you don't want to show the other thing. So why even make this video?
Yeah.
And I agree with you. I'm not saying put the other thing on there, but maybe just don't make the video because why? You know what I mean? Like, you know what? I'm going to soft comply with this one. That's why I was not a fan of the fake vaccination cards. Like, yeah, bro, I got a fake vaccine card. I'm like, oh, they think you got the vaccine.
Yeah. Everyone
got it. You faked got it. Like, oh, I got them. I fucking didn't get it. Like, yeah, you did.
Dude,
like you did, but okay.
The way I look at it is like my pistol braces were my compromise, were my compliance. Like I acknowledge it's compliance, right? And let's just say that my pistol braces replaced other things once I became a YouTuber. Because I was like, look, I know they're gonna come fuck with me at some point, so let's comply.
Yeah, but it is what it is.
Yeah, like let's be honest, like that is compliance. Like for me to, and for every single person out there, you get to make your own decision. You get to do you, right? But it took a lot of conversations and a lot of convincing of like, dude, you are worth way more to the community free. And you're worth way more to the movement and, actually taking part in advocacy if you're not in jail or dead. So, you know.
Yeah. Well, and I feel like I'm kind of like straying off what the point is here is like, I'm not pro compliancy. I'm not pro uncompliancy.
Yeah.
What I'm against is this idea where if anyone comes in to talk in a conversation on an Instagram post or on anything like that, to come to talk about it, that these newer guys, and I know it's the newer guys, they can say it's not, but it is, the newer guys think that you don't have to, yes, I know it sucks because you've been jumped. You've been jumped in the comment sections for being reasonable. And I'm not saying that there's anything reasonable about compliance. What I'm saying is there's something reasonable about what you talk about publicly.
Yeah.
So this idea that you can have a conversation about why something was passed legislative wise or why something is this or that, the answer doesn't always have to be like, I'm a man from, Ohio, eats only cheeseburgers and meat because lettuce is for girls and I don't comply. Like, okay, I get it, dude. I get it. I'm sure you drink gasoline and, spit nails too. But my point is, like, you can have a conversation about lettuce here, about what was compliant at what time, what wasn't compliant, and what led us here. I'm sorry that you're going to, on this fight of being a better, more well-educated gun owner, of what brought us here, because that's what makes you prevent the issues, is being knowledgeable about why we ended up here. So when I go on and I talk about, yeah, but the SB3 was kind of funny with their rule, oh, you bootlicker, it's like, no. The only reason I'm even talking about it, because again, I think they're all infringements, is because we have to understand our history so we don't repeat it. You cannot fight your enemy if you don't understand what you gave them. We see it all the time. We, as a side, preached mental evaluation and like, oh, well, it's not the guns. We need mental health stuff. And we still do it. What did they combat us with? Red flag laws.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I see the guys that were spewing that mental health stuff as their main thing now going, well, I don't like mental red flags. Okay, so they took your thing.
Yeah.
What does that look like? What does that? Yes, there is an in between, and I've heard some good ones, but most dudes that's like they're going to take what we give them and they're going to run with it, and they loved that one. The red flag is their response to us saying we needed mental evaluations.
Oh,
that's what,
dude, that is so dangerous on so many levels, especially as we're getting into this place where like everything is becoming regulated by the government, and a lot of people out there may not to get on a total bunny trail, but like the fact that every bank has an ESG score, and we're moving into the government created cryptocurrency, the CBDC coin, the CSR score. Like if we don't find a way to keep everything intact as it is, what we have left of it, we're just going to keep giving them shit to use against us. And I agree. And this shit, I'm sorry, I have to speak on this. So you guys are one of the only like 2 companies that have the new Polymer 80 bridge frame, right?
Yeah.
How many people have you seen saying, oh, this is taking a knee, this is bending to the ATF, this is...
Well, anyone that follows our Instagram has seen the like obvious arguments that like we are not backing down from that very silly way of thinking. This is a tail tucking was the one that they were using. Tail tucking.
That's right.
Tail tucking. Like, okay, like why don't you tell me what we were supposed to do? Let me know. Well, and then it just goes into a spew of Charlton Heston quotes like cold dead hands and America and athlete's foot and all this shit. And I'm like, okay, I'm waiting for a reasonable response because I haven't gotten one yet. Again, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the fucking problem. So, there's a lot of reasons why this was the route that Polymer 80 took. And it's crazy that they know that there's probably going to be a very good injunction that's going to happen very soon here that's going to make this bridge frame possibly not necessary. Even so, we plan for the bad days. We train for the worst. So the best always happens. We train for the rain, not for the sun. So it's like we got ready for, well, if this is the end and this is whatever, we can keep the movement going because it was final rule 2020 RF, whatever. Final. We're really blocking them into a corner and they're blocking themselves into a corner. Yeah. What were we supposed to do? Just keep sewing the frames the other way? I really want to know what the answer was. No, we got together. Here's what they said. They can't change the rule again. Here's what it is. If we get the injunction, cool. The bridge frame goes away and everything comes back and we're all hunky-dory. If not, if this becomes a new norm, we'll have a bridge 26, a bridge 17, a bridge 19, and we can keep the movement going. And all you have to do is cut a few more pieces of plastic. But this goes back to the people that were here for the wrong reasons. And it goes back to something that I believe Come Out PLA said in an earlier comment. He talked about how you're going to see a shift in things, and you're going to see people willing to spend money on quality parts again. And that's what I said. There's a good and a bad thing coming from this. This new thing is I've watched this movement. I've been like a grandfather to it. I've watched it come and go. It was hobbyists first, undergrounds, hobbyists. Then when the pandemic hit, it just became people who wanted to get a gun. And there's nothing wrong with that. But that brought a new demographic, a criminal element, and a new demographic who was lazy. I would do for months phone calls. You sold me a broken gun. First off, I sold you back parts. It never sold you a gun. You need to make that thing yourself. I don't know what you got. It doesn't work. Defective parts. And of course, we, through customer service and emails, find out like it looks like, you know, I don't know. It looked like, you know, Ray Charles did it with his feet. It was awful. You know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, but our parts are defective, right? Like, no, let's not even go there, dude. All right, let's not even go there because I know, because I have a friend with a firing pin and we swapped his firing pin. I'm like, dude, we're gonna ignore this rat's nest of a disaster job anyway.
Dude,
You know,
you see like on Reddit, man. Reddit is the fucking bathroom stall of the internet. It is terrible.
Yeah. No, it's awful. And it's like, so with that brought a new element of people. And going back to again what Come Out PLA said, he says you're gonna see people are willing to buy quality parts again. And I love that he said that because it echoes a comment that I've told you personally in private conversation. I've told others is with these new bridge frames and the 1911 still being allowed, and the AR still being allowed, and the AK still being allowed, and Mac 11 still being allowed. All we did was lose the easy Glocks on paper, right? And we're still doing the Glocks. You just have to cut out a little more plastic. You're going to see a renaissance of gun builder come back. You're going to see the builders and the clientele that we have that we're going to now have again is going to be the guys who actually want to build a gun because they want to understand it. They want to do the building part of it. When I first started this, we all had hundreds of conversation arguments, man. We going to gun shows forever, going to gun shows forever, talking about what this was, being called felons and criminals, being arrested for it and released 48 hours later. We were being subjugated by all kinds of stuff. And it was like, well, the arguments that we get in with people are hilarious. Why would I build one when I could buy it? I'm like, well, I'm a kind of a do-yourself kind of guy. Are you a do-it-yourself kind of guy? This is a true conversation. Faceless was there for it. It was hilarious. You get these guys, you walk up to the booth, they're just trying to pick a fight, right? Yeah. They walk up to it and, oh, well, blah, blah, blah. Why would I build one? Like, well, and every guy I give a different answer depending on how you act. So this guy, I'm like, he's giving me an attitude. I'm like, it just depends. There's a lot of reasons to build it. Is it cheaper? I have no idea. It depends on how you build it. Well, I don't see a reason why I would build one. I said, well, I'm a do-it-yourself type of guy, right? So to me, it's not really a money thing. Like I build my own cars. I do my own plumbing. I work on my own wood floors at home. I've built my own bar. I do my own pool surfacing sometimes. It's not that I can't pay somebody, right? If it was cheaper, would I pay somebody still? No, I do it myself because I'm a do-it-yourself type of guy. Are you the type of guy that would pay for something just because, well, if I thought someone could do it better than me and it was cheaper than I could do it, I'd just like, you're probably the type of guy that let someone fuck your wife too, I bet, But would you rather do it yourself? What'd you say? I said, I think you heard what I fucking said. I bet there's a guy who could fuck your wife way better than you for a lot cheaper. But no, you prefer to do it yourself, right? He gets all pissed off and he said, and I'm like, look, I'm trying to make a point of how silly the argument is. If you don't know what this is about, why are you at the booth? If you don't know what it's for, why are you at the booth? You know what this movement's about. It's about the people that want to do it, and it's and like there's a few guys that just it's always the same that have never done time behind bars, that have never been on the other end of it, that think they're this, because in the quiet of their living room, they put a stock on their buffer tube one time and like, oh, I'm a man. It's like, okay, then keep it that way. You don't need to go off into, public comments and talk and attack other people. Like there's right and there's wrong. You don't have a truth. And we say this all the time. I hate hearing my truth, your truth. You have an opinion, but there is a truth. There is what is right and there's wrong and correct. Correct. Maybe right and wrong is a bad example. There is the truth and there is what is correct, And at the end of the day, and it's funny because I'm saying this and the guy that knows I'm talking to him keeps responding in the comments. He keeps talking. So I know he knows I'm talking about him. So it's like you can talk about whatever you want to talk about, but there's right, there's correct, and there's what you're going to do. And at the end of the day, we want you to do what you're going to do, but everybody changes their mindset when the reality becomes truth. When it goes, okay, But my truth was, no. When that door's kicked in, when you're sitting there going like, man, that was really, really silly. You know what I mean? That was really, really silly of me to think that way and go, there's guys, like I said, that, are upset in California that we can't ship 80% to Californians. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, yeah, like it sucks, but we're fighting in court right now to make it normal again. There's only so much, that we can do. There's only so much that we can do without any sort of support, because again, those people think they're supporting people when they're not supporting people. They're just actively doing the opposite of what actual support is. When you come in and you tell Palm Radio, oh, you tail tucked. Why? Because they didn't all go to prison for you guys and sell frames. What was the other litigation? This is what it looks like. This is how you circumvent it. This is how you keep it going. Because it puts a mirror to how stupid their rules are. It makes them look arbitrary.
I mean, if any, I think that like what happened with Polymer 80 should be celebrated. Like how they handled it should be celebrated. Like we're looking at December 27th, 3:32 p.m. The open letter, boom, published, right?
Yeah.
2 weeks later, at SHOT Show, they introduce a frame that can still be sent directly to your door. No serial number, no 4473, nothing. Like, I have never seen another company that came with a solution that helped us keep building going like that.
Yeah.
To me, that's something that should be like, holy shit, like we should all support, buy the frames, buy it. Like it needs to be celebrated. We need to honor them. And for people to be like, oh, that's tail tucking, that's giving up. Like just because people hide in their living room with, their unregistered SBR, and I don't care. Have what you want, do what you want, drill as many holes as you want. Like I don't give a shit. But it's not, the people that are doing that aren't furthering the movement, right? They're not.
Yeah, well, they're arguing about, they're standing here saying that cancer is unconstitutional. Yeah, I agree, but go ahead and let it kill you. Don't do anything to fight it. Just lay there and go, it's all right. It's unconstitutional. This cancer won't do shit because I'm a free man. Okay, let it crawl up your legs. Let it crawl into your bones. Let it eat everything around you. It doesn't matter what you label it. At the end of the day, it can be whatever you think it is.
Yeah. I gotta bring up one other thing. So a lot of people are, what's the best way to say this? A lot of people have shared the sentiment that the FRT is not a machine gun, right? Now, I think there's a lot of debates on this.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, it does reset, even though it's forced by a spring, right? I know, even you and I have kind of different viewpoints on this. However, when I learned, and not to call out this person individually, but I learned that somebody had, they got their SOT, they had converted a 3D printed rifle into a machine gun. And I was like, dude, that's fucking awesome. That's great.
That's awesome. Yeah.
How did you do it? Oh, well, I registered an FRT as a machine gun and then dropped it in. And I was like, dude,
yeah, that kind of sucks.
I don't understand, like, why you're telling the ATF, yes, you're right, let's register this as a machine gun, and it just kind of made me feel, like, bro, come on, man.
I agree with that one. I believe that the rhetoric is also powerful. So there is that side of it where it's like what you say will definitely dictate that. So I definitely, I definitely get that, the idea of that side of it where, your words do have wisdom, so like you said, by saying, by agreeing that this is a machine gun and dropping it in there was kind of a shitty move. But you have to understand is like being well educated, on where this stuff came from. And I don't mean well educated like you read on Reddit or you asked yourself. Like there's a lot, man, that goes into this. And I hate that. It's one of the biggest issues I have is I don't like any sort of dishonesty or intellectual dishonesty, whether it's on an emotional level or on an educational level. It drives me up the wall. And I hate that I watch people stand in a circle and we're all talking about gun stuff. And somebody will say something that we know is kind of wrong or off. And we're just like, yeah. And you could see everybody wanted to say something, but they didn't want the hassle. They didn't want the confrontation. It's like, dude, just no, that's not really what. And they're like, oh, he's the guy that fucks with everybody. It's like, I don't fuck with everybody. I just, no. Like, and again, it sucks, especially in this thing where if you say anything that sounds like you're making an excuse as to why something is going on, even if you're just reflecting on why we ended up here, you're a bootlicker. But again, those are people who are underconfident and have, underconfident. You see it in people, whether they're talking about guns or their own personalities. Like those overconfident dudes are the most underconfident. And it's like I see it with this all the time. Somebody posted a video on Instagram. They showed a video of the old original SIG SIG brace, the first one that had a compliance letter that was legit, that didn't adjust. It said it couldn't adjust, all that, right? They posted a video of it, and on the box it said ATF compliant, which, by the way, the ATF did not make that cardboard. SIG tack did. It said ATF compliant, and they played a video, and they showed the new letter saying braces are now whatever, and they said, oh, see, but they act like they've always felt this way. It was compliant, and I'm like, yeah, that one was. And of course I got jumped on, and everyone's like, oh, blah, blah. I'm like, no, like you can say whatever you want, but let's be intellectually honest here. That's not what people are running around with. They did not care about that one. They didn't care about the big rubber one that slid on, that most people don't remember. I was there for all of it. Remember when all the letters were coming out, we were chasing it. They made a special buffer tube for it because we were worried. So worried that even when you were holding it with the rubber, that if it was to slide out and you were to be at a range shooting it and it slid, that would be considered adjustable. That companies like it was Phase 5 made special buffer tubes with the square on it that would catch it as a collar and keep it from moving, because people were afraid that just that would be considered adjustable, because adjustable does not mean partially or impartially installed. That's the problem we were having. There's people like, well, but no, not installing something all the way is not the same thing as adjustable. So, well, that one was adjustable. It absolutely was not. You had to grab it and squeeze it on there. Well, you could squeeze it on too much or too little. Yes, it not fully installing and under installing something does not negate adjustability like a button on your buffer tube that clicks and moves does.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. And also, why does the pistol buffer tube exist? And why is that called a rifle buffer tube? Or we started calling it mil-spec to kind of play the game because commercial became a thing. But you understand, commercial didn't come around till recently as far as that spec. So it's like fairly recently anyway. So it's like it's a rifle buffer tube. It was never, if you follow the path, which I have the whole path, we have it in our shop. You can open up the path of every single letter that was ever addressed about shouldering, not shouldering, all that. I have it all. You can open up and read each one. It never said it could adjust, and distinctly said that if you had an AR pistol with a mil-spec buffer tube on it, it was pretty well known that that was a rifle. It was an SBR anyway. And somehow, how does throwing on an adjustable brace not make it a stock? Because it had Velcro on it. And it's like, again, it's all infringements. Arguing over how you're less or more compliant than me. Like, we're talking about a brace. It's a compliancy tool. You know what I mean? It's silly that we're even arguing over it. And I'm not trying to say like it's allowed or it should be allowed and the ATF was okay in doing their brace determination. But what I'm saying is that you have to understand where we came from and what we did to understand the way they look at it. And giving them the easy one's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I think that.
And again,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good.
Well, let me check. I think my shit may have reverted back to my other network. Give me one quick second.
Well, like I said, it's just the idea of it adjusting was a major issue. That was the major issue they talked about, was whether it can adjust or not adjust. That's just the way that it was designed. Now, like I said, spiritually speaking, again, just like with the arguments I've had over this, spiritually speaking, I think you should be able to buy an RPG out of a vending machine. It's all infringements. The ATF is unconstitutional. We should be able to do whatever we want. I should be able to have a steady diet of beef and cheese and not stink, but that's just the way it is. If I want to eat beef and cheese, I'm probably going to stink a little bit. At the end of the day, understanding where we came from and being educated on this stuff is important to see where they're going to go and what they're going to combat. Because that's like saying, if you walk into an argument, especially when you're fighting on a legislative level like this or a political level, and your best argument is a spiritual one, like they have no right to regulate what you do, I totally agree. But go ahead and stand in the dummy corner over there with the other guys who are like, I could do what I want. Like, yeah, I agree with you on that, but you know, you're not helping the point at all. You know, it's
Yeah.
just like it's really silly. It's a really silly way to stand on things. You
I
know,
think all of us agree that the Second Amendment is very clear, right? Shall not be infringed, period, right? It's kind of different, just, taking a step back and looking at everything pragmatically and, like through the timeline of how shit's changed. And honestly, the bridge frame from Polymer 80, which if any of you guys out there haven't seen it, you could go to a website, Supplyco, go to their website. You can take a look at the bridge frame, what's different about it. You can look at the little bit more material in the back you need to cut, a little bit more material in the front you need to cut. And I know a place where you can get a jig, DLD hardware, you know what I'm saying? But I think we all agree, and it's easy for us to get pitted against each other when it's like,
oh yeah,
you know, you're always going to have guys that are like, 9mm won't go through a windshield, and a 25 ACP won't go through a leather jacket, and 38s don't go like all the FUD bullshit that just gets kind of like passed through. Buckshot won't even go through drywall, bro.
yeah.
I have seen Buckshot demolish shit. Like yeah. So a lot of people just repeat what they've been told or what they've heard. Just like the
Well, yeah,
same
like
people,
I said,
the same people
well,
left that same shit that they hear, that kind of thing.
well, and like I said, there's this weird fake wall that we put up, and that's really what this conversation is about. And I know it seems like this conversation skyrockets between my opinions on braces, but this conversation is not about my opinion on braces. This conversation is about intellectual dishonesty and being able to actually free your mind for any sort of growth, whether it's educational, whether it's as a husband, as a friend, as a father. Intellectual dishonesty is the worst thing that you can do with yourself. You should be constantly evaluating your own opinions, your own values, and the things you do. But you should also understand that you can't come to those conclusions without understanding where they came from, what supported them, what people did before you or didn't do before you. And it's like the spiritual argument is so deafening to yourself that you're going to end up going like, oh, that's kind of a funky one, because like I said, there's this idea of like, depending on who you are and what status you're in, nobody can follow all the same arbitrary rules. You know, nobody can follow what you do. Like, yeah, if you're just the guy who runs around and does whatever, then yeah, you're probably gonna get away with some stuff for a little while. But I'm telling you, 1 out of 4 people shacked up. That's just the stat right now. 1 out of 4 people, you tell 5 people, you're fucked. I'm just telling you. 1 out of 4 right now. California's worse. California's more like 1 out of 3. But it's like 1 out of 5 people. You tell 5 people about something, it's probably gonna come back on you. But when you're by yourself, it's a little different. Sportman made a good comment. He said, by people, you mean the manufacturers that weren't allowed to put a stock on it, that they still sold the same time that you bought, this from the store that you bought the pistol from. I totally agree with that statement in a sense, but our store never did that. If you bought an AR pistol from our store and then bought a stock, we'd say, fuck you. You're not at the same transaction. You're not doing that. Goodbye. Yeah. But then again, we also did not have a brace on certain, mil-spec buffer tube on certain things. So, it's like, that's what I mean. Like, some shops will push it, some shops won't push it. It's like, you don't give them the easy ones. When you're one of the people that's fighting certain fights, there's certain small pop and pop shops that like can get away with certain things because they don't have an arrow or a target on their back because they're not doing certain things. If they want to do that, that's fine. And there's this idea that when you go and you stand before those people, that you're going to have a time to make a bombshell statement in front of the judge. You're not going to. There's no part in the court where they say, we're opening up to bombshell statements. And if you make the right statement, they go, he's a free man. The Buick Skylark did not have posi traction in 1982. Like, that time does not come. I'm sorry we lied to you, but you're going to go to court and you're going to have all this evidence and they're going to go, look, it's a burden of proof for the court to show that I didn't do this. And the judge is going to go, yeah, we're not even going to show that in court. Prove you didn't do it. And you're going to go, but that's not what they told me. I was free until no. The burden of proof not fall on the government when it comes to gun stuff anymore. It hasn't for a while. If you've been on the other end, it has not for a while.
Yeah. Shit, even on chargebacks, right? I got text messages from mofos being like, hey, do you have this product in stock? Not yet. I'll let you know when it's in stock. Hey guy, this product is in stock. Okay, I'll place an order right now. Place an order, get it, charge back. And then I'm like, oh, hey, I have messages from this person. He used his name in the text message. Here's his phone number that was on the same order, blah, blah, blah. This is clearly him to place an order. And I lose the chargeback. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I give you literal fucking evidence. I got emails too. You know, like if I can't even win a $33.36 chargeback, which by the way, mofo, 4 days ago, I did win that. I won that. Ah, just saying.
Yeah.
Sorry, that wasn't to y'all. That was to someone.
That's
It always feels good to win a chargeback.
yeah, because
Man,
It feels like the customers that do chargebacks, they're the ones that are against you. Not only are they keeping the product, they're keeping your money. Then we get charged all the fees and everything. So it's quite a bit of a hassle trying to find them. So when you do win one, you get that little endorphin release.
Oh yeah, it's awful, man, because these people are evil.
Dude, I'll tell you, and we can end on this because I know we're pushing 3 hours, guys. I'm sorry to keep y'all so long, but chargebacks, they are destroying small businesses. They are slowly eating away the firearm industry one bite at a time. And when you literally have proof that these people have purchased, I mean, they're literally using, like, let's say their name
when they're signing packages and everything.
Yeah, like they use their name is in their Instagram, right? Their name is in their email. You know, the phone number, the email, everything is all the same as like is in the order, right? And then you ship them out the product, they get the product, they do a chargeback, they say it's fraud, and then back in the day, I don't know if y'all remember back in the day, if you called your credit card and said, "Hey, I had a fraud charge," they're like, "Fraudulent charge." They turn on an alarm. Woo! Where they make you chop up your credit card. They fucking overnight you a new one. You got to change every single thing that you've ever had set up on that charge.
Or anything like that. Anything associated with that card, it's gone.
Yeah, not anymore. They even ask if you want
new
to cancel
card,
the
new
card
number,
anymore.
new everything.
Yeah. Now it's like, oh, okay, no problem.
If you're alleging that your credit card was stolen, it should be like, all right, we're canceling it. And if the customer goes, no, I don't want to cancel it, as a company, as a credit card company, you should be like, why?
Yeah, you'd be like, what? You said it was fraudulent.
Yeah, they just did a $600 charge on your account. Why would you do that? You know, but then again, we live in a weird time period. So,
yeah, it's like, okay, so let me get this straight. This company or somebody gave your name, your billing address, your shipping address, your phone number, yep, your email address, yep, your credit card number, yep, your expiration date, your CVC code, yep, okay, and they ship the package, yep, you receive the package, yep, you sign for the package, yep, and you don't, like, it just blows my mind. It does not make sense, and we can't do this to each other, y'all. We can't, you know, do chargebacks. We can't do like when you buy something and then return something old in the new box, and like, come on, y'all. We gotta be better. Be better. Elevate. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, well, for sure. And that kind of goes back into what we were rambling on for the last, hour, is like the mentality of this stuff has really gotten out of hand, where it's like, look, I'm on your side. These guys are on your side. They're just arguing for transparency on what got us here, And then, like I said, the insecurities and the things that make people have to get one over on others to make themselves feel better is, it's weird. Like, we're getting hit. It's the season right now too. The chargeback stuff is so bad right now that I've never seen anything. So like, I've got a book, or company has a book of the scandals and the tricks that they can play with chargebacks. It's insane. Crazy things like, oh wow, I never thought of that. The games.
You never would think of it. It's smart shit.
Right now I'm seeing things that are brand new to the book, which I haven't seen in years. I don't want to talk about them because I'm scared that there could be people listening. They're like, that's a good idea.
We should do it.
Should do it. Like, but I'm seeing the advent of technology step in, where I'm seeing, like, dude, what is going on with us and Reddit right now is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. We have not been on Reddit in 8 weeks, yet we have profiles pretending to be us on there, and people are photoshopping conversations that they never had between them and Supply Co that don't exist. Well, they exist.
And they're like several, like 3 or more.
On 3. three profiles that
Three
are
separate profile accounts. We cannot
17 supply code
we
accounts that are
cannot
not.
go onto Reddit right now because we are considered a scam company on there, which makes no sense to me. I don't know if you get scammed by a company in this day and age, you're a fool. There's nothing to protect companies anymore. Everything protects you.
Yeah.
So this idea that like, dude, we'll post stuff on Instagram, you get people in the comments like, oh, supply code's a sham. What does that even mean? You know?
Yeah. And actually, what we could do to help everybody in the comments, if you're on Reddit and you see some shit about Supply Co, even if anybody who's had an experience with them just goes in there and they're like, I had a great experience with Supply Co. I placed an order, I paid for my stuff, I received it, and then you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to go like slobbing on their knob, but like,
yeah, well, because you will be met with some nasty opposition. And one of these, I'll tell the story. Maybe I can come on and tell the story of this one human being and what happened with them and some weird chargeback stuff they try to pull. And he is, and told me blatantly multiple times and multiple employees that it is going to be his mission to destroy this company. I'm not going to lie. Like, I've never seen such a easy, like, I never thought that someone could destroy us out of pure anger so easily. Like what he did, I'm actually like, wow, I definitely mistook what the damage that one person who's willing to lie to no end can do. And this dude made 3 or 4 accounts and said all kinds of stuff that weren't true. We tried to go on there and talk, and he just created this wave. And then it got even more insane. So he's 3 or 4 people at this point saying, and dude, I'd be doing lives and he was on them. I'd be doing lives on Instagram, he was on them. Just like you said, going to make me miserable, whatever. The newest one was,
isn't one of the fake accounts, doesn't one of them say like 1776 supply or supply company or something close, and then it says like waiting on you to buy this from
oh yeah, that was someone. So he's got 3 accounts that don't say Supply Co. So there are 3 random usernames like Professional Meal 24. I think it's something, one of them is something like, you know, they're weird Reddit names. So he's got 3 where he pretends to be 3 people to be like, yeah, I seen it, you know, that kind of thing. And then he's
to validate his stuff.
Yeah, and then he sent a violent message saying, I'm going to create fake ones and start pushing it, because we were laughing at him like, dude, you're like all of this over something you were wrong about. What you're saying didn't happen, blah blah blah.
And he not just really quickly, guys. Sometimes what happens is when people go to process a payment and it pulls out a pending charge, but doesn't ever come to the company. This happens on my store all the time too, where they may have put in a wrong CVC code or the billing zip code didn't match or something, but it tried to pull the money. It shows them, oh, DLD hardware pulled this money, but it never came to us. And then in 1 to 3 days, it gets kicked back.
Yeah.
This kept saying he was lying and saying that he never received the money. And I've had people, you know, I've done so. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that you brought that up. I mean, most of you guys probably know that, but you know, we have our processor, you have your bank, right? So our processor, our website is super strict, man. Like, it's almost impossible for fraudulent activity to happen through our website. The stuff you have to know to process an order through us, like not only does everything have to match, but the AVS has to match. You have to know like addresses, all this stuff. So if someone steals your card, it's extremely unlikely they are going to use it to steal from us unless they live in your house and know you very well. So
or they're one of your neighbors.
This is no exaggeration. 100% of the time so far, when somebody calls and is like legitimate, like, I don't know this order. And you can always tell, because what will happen is when we get a chargeback and it says, I didn't place this order, and they never called us, we usually know like that's friendly fraud. That's someone lying, saying they didn't place it. A real person will call in a panic and like, what? Well, I don't know what's going on, blah, blah, blah. And I usually tell them, look, our website is so secure that if this happened, it's somebody in your house. And we usually find out it's there. I'm like, are you out of town right now? Actually, I am. I'm like, so somebody knew you aren't going to be home. Do you have a son at home? Do you have a daughter? Whatever. Usually we figure it out. So, you know, what DLD is referring to is we have a strict website. He has a strict website, I'm sure, as well. And your bank is going to try. You run your swipe. When you hit, you know, transact or whatever it is, confirm, it's going to try to process it. My processor is going to have a bunch of guards that if it's billing shipping mismatch, ABS filter, not enough funds, whatever, it's going to go, nope, and it's going to flag it. I never see your money. I'm only told about it if I go look. If you tell me, hey, I had a pending transaction or did my order go through? Yeah. If you tried to place it and you didn't get a confirmation, you're probably in a pending, which means you got declined for one of the 100 strict reasons that we have to protect us from that. Now, when you still swipe, your bank doesn't know. Your bank's not directly talking to my processor. So your bank goes, all right, to protect you from withdrawals, we're going to pull that money out and we're going to put it in a pending status. And it's going to sit there for, depending on your bank, a certain amount of time until they give it back to you. You know, I have tons of guys that call repeat, like, hey, my order didn't go through yet. You charged me. I usually go on there and tell them, hey, what's your order number? You know, the company will. Hey, what's your order number? Hey, man, you're in a pending. Okay, well, this guy did that, and his order was for a very low amount of money. It was for like $60. And he, to this day, believes that we charged him. It was so bad that he turns me into the BBB multiple times. The BBB even told me how crazy this guy is. I'm like, well, take it off my record. Like, we can't, because he's the only one that can resolve it. He says it's public information, you know.
Purchase sponsorship. We can remove it from your, that's bullshit. Sorry.
It's insane. It's so crazy. You guys are all adults. Most of you guys, you know, I'm kind of an adult. We all know how a credit card works, right? So it goes on there, and even in the BBB statement, you read it, and he goes on to say, like, we placed an order. I placed an order. They said I never placed it. I talked to them repeatedly. They showed me all this thing saying I never placed the order when I swear I did. I called my bank, and my bank said that they wouldn't do the chargeback, that I had to get the information from SupplyCo of what the order was. And then I called SupplyCo saying, I need the order information so I can do a chargeback. And SupplyCo said none of it existed. So they were stopping me from doing the chargeback. Your bank does not need you to get that info from me.
Yeah.
It's a charge and it's a successful charge. You'll go through and it'll say SupplyCo.
Your bank will see the charge.
$30.
Your bank will see SupplyCo took money. So right there, the banks and everyone should have seen right there that something's off. A bank will never ask you, all right, call SupplyCo back and get an order number. They were telling him that because they're like, dude, we don't see this.
Yeah.
Like, we don't see this, man. We don't see an order. And he's like gone crazy. What most likely happened, he swiped the card probably a couple times, 1 or 2 times. It pulled money out in a pending. It wasn't a large amount, $60 to $100. He's probably buying and spending money. He didn't see it get put in, and he spent it somewhere. It happens all the time. Yeah. Whatever it is, he decided to just make us, you know, completely
enemy
miserable.
number one.
Yeah.
Even though if an order went through, it would have just been processed and fulfilled and shipped like that. Not, you know,
too many choices. Let me know what you need. There's something you really need from the site, and I'll work on the price for you. If there's something you really actually need to finish a build or something that you want, let me know, and I'll work on it for you. I appreciate it.
If I could just say, and that is dope. I appreciate that. Too many choices. Let me just say that sometimes
I'd rather you get something that you actually are going to use, you know, if you're willing to do that.
If you and I'm not going to say this is all the time. I'm just saying sometimes what you get when you get parts from 1776 Supply Co. is you may see some Shadow Systems stamps on some of their stuff. I've heard. I don't know. I
mean, yeah, we definitely pride ourselves on all that stuff. On the we test everything. Everything is rack tested. So lower parts kits, upper parts kits, all that to make sure it works. So
yeah, that's next level shit. I appreciate you guys, man. I do. And
yeah, of course, we're always about the builders first. We just really want people to get, you know, what they're going to use, what they're going to do, that sort of thing. But basically, the point of what we're talking about with this guy is he went on to Reddit. And it started with live streams. He was like bashing me in live streams. And here's another interesting thing that this community doesn't talk about is and it's so awesome to talk about this. We talk about shilling, right? People shill for companies. There's actually a bigger plague than shills is people that, you know, because a shill is somebody who lies intellectually, who's intellectually dishonest and pretends to like a company because they have a vested interest in it. So they don't really like their products. They don't really try them. They're speaking because they have some sort of financial or emotional reason to, you know, do whatever. You know, we have a reverse problem here, which is people who will, this guy didn't just go on and say, I had a problem with SupplyCo. He went on to make up stuff. And every time he could be in a show, he would disagree with certain things that we were saying on a live or do whatever, which is kind of the same thing in the reverse. Like, even if we talk about something that we could all agree on, he would disagree for obviously the same, you know, because he's frustrated. But he went on to
reverse shilling.
Yeah, he's just like, oh yeah, well your 3D print kits will explode and kill someone. I tried it, and it's like, no, you didn't. Whatever. But he went on to make, you know, these 3 Instagram, you know, Reddit accounts that were his Reddit accounts as himself, and just spread the negativity as a platform. The final nail in the coffin for us on Reddit is we got off of there. We're like, we're done. We can't, you know, we only got on to monitor it.
I think we have one account that is ours, but we don't really use it.
It's not even ours anymore. We use one. You wouldn't know it was us to just see what people are saying. And it's like, Then 3 Supplyco accounts got created. And even worse, this is the craziest thing, but the guy showed me how to do it in an angry rage. Him and his friend sat on a couch. And if anyone really wants to see how, if you think I'm crazy, DM me on Instagram and I'll show you how to do it. It's the craziest thing. He sat on a couch with his friend and he goes, let's write a horrible story. So he writes a story with his friend. He plays himself, his friend plays Supplyco, and they write a story. Hey, Supplyco, what do you want? You know, I'm looking to check on my order. Well, we don't care about you. We hate our customers. You know, profanity, racism. We love Biden. Oh my God, Supplyco, I can't believe you would say that. Believe it, we're the worst people you've ever met in your life. And we love Kamala Harris. And oh my God, how would your followers feel? We don't care about what they feel because we just hope that they all get arrested by the ATF. Like, and they wrote these horrible stories, right? They wrote them.
It looked.
Yeah, they were a lot better than that. You know, come on, we're adults. I'm making it funny because the story is really horrible. And to be honest, how terrible it is, it's not funny.
It's almost believable that someone would.
Dude, that one wouldn't fly. People be like, this seems fishy. Like, you know,
Yeah.
I don't even know anymore. I don't even know people believe anything. But they did that, and then all they did is they went onto a cell phone Photoshop app. And the one guy's conversation, they didn't do anything because it has his logo on it. It's a circle that has his image. They just cut off the Supplyco logo off of Instagram and they just covered it over the friend's logo and then took screenshots of it, right? Because it was already a screenshot in Photoshop and posted them on Reddit and said, these are real conversations we had with Supplyco. And people believed it. It was some of the most insane things I've ever seen. And I've had a few people say, oh, that's insane. I go, I agree. And they go, how can I'm like, I could do it from my phone right now. Watch this. Boop. And they're like, I didn't say that. I'm like, yeah, now you did. I can make you say whatever you want because the only thing that represents who said it is that image. What am I going to do? Change my avatar? They'll just change the avatar or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
You know? And the one that they're saying was me was like, ours was our logo forever on Reddit. The one that half of them that are the people are believing is a guy with like an ice cream cone on his head. I'm like, when has Supplyco ever done that? You know?
Yeah. Come on, PLA. This is a good point. That's why these live streams are so important, so people can hear from the source and know it's the real person, people, or whatever. I mean, that's true. That I mean, maybe one day I'll work up to the point where I have 3 DLD hardware Reddits that are out there. I mean, honestly, most people are just so unreasonable that there's nothing you can do. And I've talked to people like that.
Yeah. Well, I like to hear that come out and PLA said that, but the sad thing is, man, is like I'll be, you know, pretty transparent. This is the worst it's ever been. It's really bad. Like we can't go on Reddit. We can't do anything. We had some people that went with us to SHOT Show, you know, some, you know, influencers that we invited, and they were posting videos and they were getting heckled and death threats and all this stuff. And it's like, it's so bad that it's almost uncompatible. And it was so bad that it's like, I don't know how any of them, dude, there was sections where they're like, this is the Supplyco account, which it wasn't. And look what they're saying. And then someone else was commenting as Supplyco in the bottom, being like, yo, well, we're saying that because we hate our customers. And people responding like, why would you say this? I'm like, can't you even see that the 2 alleged Supplycos in the conversation are different names? Jesus Christ. Like there's 2 fake Supplycos in this conversation, you know? And it's like, it's really, really, it's like I said, I know I'm playing lightly with it, but it's really bad right now. Like our Reddit, we cannot go on Reddit. No one can mention us on Reddit. I know you guys want to do what you feel is right and go on there. But if you guys go on Reddit, and this is what's crazy, if you go on Reddit and you try to defend us, you'll see. And I almost feel like if you guys want to believe us, go on there, try it, knowing what's going to happen. So that I don't want you guys getting stressed out. I don't want the anxiety on you guys. I don't want you guys to see it. It's awful. But I almost want people to go on there and just find a comment section that's talking about gun parts, because no one's allowed to say. Our followers that were on there that felt comfortable whenever there was a conversation on the Polymer 80 thread about slide prices or good upper parts kits, right? They don't. I've had them tell me, I'm sorry, Supplyco, I used to shut you out every time. You guys have the best price on this, best prices on that, but we can't anymore because we'll become the subject of that thread. Oh, they did this, they did that, oh, they did this. And they'll just create this drama. And it's because we have people in all facets that are pissed off at us right now. There's a lot of people in 3D printing that did really evil stuff during SHOT Show that thought that was going to derail us. That it was like, and the sad thing is like, you know, it's so bad that I think if a regular person went and all you have to do is when there's a post that says like, oh, good place for upper parts kits, lower parts kits, where do you guys recommend you go? Supply Co. Watch what happens. Reddit is just a field right now, and it's starting to come over to Instagram, which sucks. But Instagram, you can kind of like, dude, get out of here. Like Instagram, I've talked to people personally in the comment sections. I'll get a comment or a DM being like, oh, F you guys are stupid. And I'm like, DM, I'm like, what? Yeah, we have a couple employees that run it. DM like, is there something we can help you with? Are you concerned about something? No, I'd never buy from your, stanky asses, but I saw you on Reddit and I just wanted to dunk on a shitbag company. Like we deal with it all day. And we're like, well, what did we do? Y'all know what you did. I saw your conversations on Reddit. And it's like, how do you tell a stranger? Well, that's all made up because this one guy is, and we did get into it, but it's like, because this one guy has way too much time on his hands and, and he's pissed. And dude, it has hurt us so bad. Like I've never thought he was not lying. When that customer's like, dude, I'm going to make you wish you had never met me. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm already there for sure. Yeah. But it's like, I did not believe what, which I should have. But why would any of us think that someone would go to such lengths? But that's why, to touch back these conversations about, the buffer tubes and all this. I told you guys, I'm 100%, all of it's unconstitutional. I believe you guys should do whatever you want. But the reason why I talk about is this subject here with the buffer tubes and all that and FRTs and what DLD talked about with the chargebacks, right? And what we're talking about here, it all stems from the danger of being dishonest and that intellectual dishonesty it brings. When someone's willing to lie just a little, it becomes this big. And I've seen when someone's willing to lie at no bound, the damage that can be done by one person is staggering.
Yeah.
It's absolutely staggering. I will live to be like, yeah, no, that dude was not lying. But I will tell you this. We were not fighting back on any of it before. With the people that, doxed us on Instagram, the people that did the bad things to us on, all
Twitter.
These things on Twitter, we didn't fight it at all. But I'm telling you right now, if you guys are watching, I warned you before. You thought the fight against me was bad when I wasn't fighting you? I am officially your enemy now. And I will fight against you now. Now we are done with it. We're done. Like we're done. You want to do things with our house. You want to do things with a company. Now we were just ignoring it. But once they took it to a certain level of intellectual dishonesty to where it's destroying everything, it's like, all right, you really thought it was a hard fight for you when we were just ignoring you? Like keep that strength because you're going to need it. Because now you're officially like a problem. And I hate to say that, but
once it affects, is kind of the way I look at it, because I've had things like this in extracurricular activities, other businesses, side hustles, whatever. Like once shit like that starts to creep into your actual real life and impact your company or your income or your reputation or your integrity, like I think all of us, like I used to be a piece of shit, right? I used to be, drug addict, been clean for over 12 years. Like I've made such an effort to not be a dirtbag that when my integrity becomes challenged, I've
you have to stand up for it.
You have to.
Yeah. And like I tell these people that are like, so I got this email from this guy a little bit ago. I don't want to give too much info out just in case he's watching, but he was like, I got this email that says my package was delivered. I didn't receive it. Not happy.
Yeah.
And I was like, and there's another thing that we can touch on another time, which is like the amount of people that are just so fucking rude. Like literally I get a message and it's like, tried to push an order through, can't do it. What the fuck is wrong with you and your shitty ass company? I'm like, what? Like, why do you think that's okay? You don't think
people start these
when they start
these customer service requests
and
they expect us to be ever loving and nice and let me help you help you with everything.
Well, I hate being on the soapbox about it because it's so lame to sit here and be on the soapbox, but it's like, a lot of the dudes, there's a few dudes on there that are like, I don't like them for the way they talk to me, but they come in sideways like they're talking to a kiosk, hitting the vending machine like, drop my soda. It's like, well, like the customer service aspect is gone. You know, they just come in completely sideways now with everything, even if it's legitimate, you know. And, you know, at the end of the day, like I said, it does have a huge impact and it sucks. And you do this for 10 years, that's what they want. Is they want it to get to you, they want to bother you. And it's like, well, like I said, it's just it's really bad when we spend all of our time thinking about the community and what we can do to keep it moving and to keep people's rights protected and what we can do in certain states that are, you know,
Limited.
that are limited, and we're always working and innovating, and the customers all we talk about, and we do a lot under the scenes that we won't even talk about, that the way the company's bylaws are written, and it's you know, corporate paperwork is huge, and all they do is just, it seems like the customer base has gotten so much worse and it's gotten so crappy, you know. It's gotten so bad to where it's like, yeah, it's hard. It does get hard to keep up the fight sometimes, you know. It does keep hard to feel when someone maybe does have a legitimate issue about something, to feel like they're not just staging a reason to play a game, you know. But I appreciate that we got a chance to talk about it a little bit, you know, even if it was only for a few minutes, because it may seem like very minuscule, like, oh, well, it is not minuscule. What has happened to us on Reddit is not minuscule in the slightest, you know?
Yeah. And especially like if it's just one here, just one there, it's still on such a wide scale, especially your consumer base is so much larger than mine, right? Like, so if it's happening 0.5%, that's still a lot of incidences where it's going to impact everything. Chuck Norris Gun Club says, I ordered an item. This is from me. There was an issue. He complained, and then I fixed it, and he currently has the item, which I appreciate that. Now, what he's not saying is that it took me like 3 months to make it right. To the same effect that, like, usually, like, when I'm in my float, like, I got my full-time job, right? I'm also like a husband and father and stuff too, and like a neighbor and human brother and all that. But like, in addition to that, I got my business and other stuff that I do. So a lot of times I'm just like moving and moving and moving, and then I got to go print out my orders for the day, and then I got to get the orders to the mailbox because I want to do it. I want to ship same day or next business day. And the stuff from my giveaway for my New Year's stream is literally still sitting right here. So guys, I'm sorry. Sometimes I suck, but just because I'm slow doesn't mean I won't deliver. I promise, cross my heart, hope to die, I will deliver all the stuff. I'm just slow. No other reason than just, you know, not having a streamlined way to just do it. So I'm sorry, and all of you will get your stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm
Well,
glad on it too.
yeah, well, it's a disaster, you know. And it's funny because you hear guys being like, "Oh, they stole my money and they never sent me the parts." First off, Supplyco's never had a reputation for doing that. Number two, like, how? Let's say that their cause was legitimate. How far does that go? You know, I've heard like, "Oh, it was like a year." Like, first off, that's crazy. Number two, like, you guys are completely protected as consumers. You know, it's you're protected as consumers. So how did these people get so like raped, as they're saying? Like, I got raped. Like, what? Where did you go? Like, supply was completely in the public. You could call your bank. You could call the shop. Like, you can. I don't understand like how, because they write these stories like it was just like, oh, it was all this horrible stuff, and I'm like, no, like, well, you know, and everyone's personality is different. But we had a customer today who was talking about his order, and he's like, I just feel like I'm being ignored. And we were like, well, it's a bridge frame. It was a pre-sale. So I just feel like I'm being ignored. And the manager handled it greatly. He goes, can I ask you how you feel like you're being ignored? He goes, I just feel like I'm being ignored. He goes, how many times have you called? And he goes, a few. He goes, do you know? And he goes, like, I got 5 or 6. He goes, have we answered every time? He goes, yeah. I go, the manager goes, okay, well, I'm not sure how you feel ignored, man. We've been there to answer the phone. He's like, well, I feel like I'm not being listened to. He's like, oh, okay, so what can I do on the phone to make it feel like I'm listening to you more? He's like, well, you're listening. I just, you know. So I think people are even, I don't know. There's a weird connection between how they feel valued or something. You know, maybe there's a disconnect there.
Well,
I don't know.
Shitty companies that have actually taken advantage of people, and they may think, you know, that, I don't know, maybe like a newer company like mine or something like that, maybe they think that some people may take advantage of them just because they've lost trust in others. You know, I don't know. Not giving them an excuse.
Yeah, Yeah, well, it's like I said, like what this guy's done is insane, and it's bridged the gap. And I'm sure he's got people working with him. He's bridged the gap between like, I had the company had really good conversation with him in the beginning, like telling him like, why would we do this for like $80?
I've seen that a lot.
Why would the company choose
I've
to
had
make
to
an enemy for $80? You know,
jump
we would never
into
do
some
that.
of the employee responses, and I read the whole thread. I don't just read what the issue is. I read a history of how we've treated this customer, this person on Instagram, and there is a full, very generous information helping with little things. It's not even something that we've sold that we try to help them through. And then they buy something from us, and then whatever happens, whether their order doesn't go through successfully and they have that pending state instantly, it's quick to anger, quick to insults.
Yeah.
And
It's crazy.
a little difficult sometimes.
Yeah, and it's kind of been like plugging the industry, especially like in this like in this smaller group of like the gun community. And I hate to kind of say that, and I bring it up before that it's kind of like saying like, oh, the shovel community, right? Like guns are for everyone, right? But if we say like the 2A world, and then we shrink to this little world and say like the gun building world, right? That is a smaller community. If we took all the energy, time, effort, money, whatever that we're using to fight towards each other, and we were to fight the people that are actually trying to actively destroy us, we may be a little bit more effective. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's strange. I wish that there was a way that we could make this. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's just legwork in a sense, but it's like I said, this one conversation we're having here is, just a few people in this place. It's just, there's just doesn't seem to be a way to combat it. It's so bad right now. Like the people that are willing to do certain things, and we have a few things in place that we're looking at, to try and start combating it. So at least we can get some sort of semblance of resolve or peace to it, like with the chargebacks. Like, so we've lost so much money and stuff and time with the chargebacks that we're looking, spreading these things out and doing a yearly thing possibly. And we're looking at, because we've been dealing with this for 10 years, just, oh, well, that's, $300,000 in loss right there for no reason, or 500,000 or whatever. And we're looking at avenues to maybe, we have a few things in place where every year we'll take a look at all of them and see what we can do outside of, because you're going to court basically in litigation for these chargebacks with the bank, with Visa or with the bank whose interest is keeping their own customer happy. Yeah. They're not going to side with you no matter how much they lie.
And holding the money in institution so they can make more money off that money, right?
Yeah, because they're holding the money the whole time.
Exactly. It's in their, it is
exactly
in their interest to be like, oh no, this customer is right. Let's put this money in a hold status for 90 days so we can make interest off of it or whatever. I don't know if they actually hold the money, but I don't know. The banks,
well, they do. They like to play games with holding and stuff. Most banks will just instantly give you the money. If you call and you're like, charge back, you don't even have to say the full word. Or even I've had guys, certain things,
just contacting your bank.
Just contact your bank and initiates a chargeback. Even if I've had guys call me like, I didn't do a chargeback. I'm like, yeah, you did. Like, I told them not to. I told them I was getting ready. Like, your bank loves that stuff. So, but we have a few things that we have working on that will, I don't know, that we hope will try to get, like I said, semblance of some whatever. Because it's not so much about getting people back as much as it's like creating a terrain that shows them that they're not going to get away with it. So like if we didn't have all the things, and we have a lot of things in place that we do to fight this stuff, if they weren't in place, it'd be much worse. And I don't mean things on the website. There's things that like policies and things that we do that people don't know about. You know what I mean? So yeah. I know it sounds silly, but through the thousands of orders that we've gone through, like let's just say there's somebody buys a complete build kit from Supply Co. when that was still going on, right? Mm-hmm. You would get your slide and you're in a box, you would get a frame, you would get a jig back in the day when we could do that. And then you get a parts kit, right? Well, most people didn't know is we would staple the lower parts kit to your packing slip, right? You'd staple it to your packing slip between the 5th and 6th star. The 2 staple creases would go between the 5th and 6th star, and we'd staple it. because most people would call and say, I got my build kit, but I didn't get my LPK. So we would call and we'd go, okay, we appreciate that, man. We want to get you all turned up. But just to make sure we're good, send us a picture of packing slip so we know who you are. They send a packing slip, we see a little hole stamped between the 2 stars. We know you tore that lower parts kit off. We also have a that records everything that everyone packages. When they say you didn't put in a box, we have an employee that has the box. There's 2 cameras, and you go slide, they go slide, like barrel, lower parts kit, and they take photos the whole time, and there's a checklist. There's tons of things that we put in place to when we go to that litigation and we go to those chargebacks. The bank goes, well, how can you prove that they're missing one item? We go, well, we have this procedure in place. Here's a copy of the procedure. We asked him for his picture, and there's the holes right there. And the customer's always like,
like
we didn't know. Well, it's not your fault we caught you. It's all the other people that try to steal LPKs before you. You know, there's all kinds of weird things, but people are smart now. Like I said, people are photoshopping conversations, completely fabricating conversations very easily. You can do it. Dude, my brother did it in a minute. He's like, all right, let's see how easy this is. Dude, he did it in like a minute on his phone. It was crazy. I was like, well, that's terrible.
That's
and,
I had a similar issue where a customer sent me a message, an email, and he was like, hey, I got one of your jigs, and these are one of the DLD jigs, and you know how precisely those are manufactured. And, he was like, I got it, and I looked at it, and all the holes are off. They're like bored out, like it's all jacked up. And I was like, okay, well, I always say thank you for the message, right? So thank you for the message. Do me a favor, at your earliest convenience, please send me a picture. And it was, number one, it was out of the package, right? So wasn't in the package, and literally you could see the marks from where the drill bit went in, and it yanked aside. Like, he literally was probably just like, man. And I'm like, bro, I can tell you drilled that shit. So people don't think that like you have processes in place, or like if you send me something and it's out of the package and clearly used, bro, I'm not gonna, and I was kind with him, and I was like, well, here, do me a favor, like, let's get on a phone call together, have a conversation, and we'll discuss possibly sending you either a Polymer 80 PF9 or PF9 SS jig, or another DLD PF9 SS jig. He still hasn't responded because these people don't want to get on the phone.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. They absolutely do not want to get on the phone, dude. That's interesting. That's funny how you always confront it, I mean, I read you that one threatening email I got about don't make me do this and all that. I was like, well, maybe you should give me your order number,
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. I know. I'm sorry. And guys, everyone out there, like 99.8% of like all the customers that support, like, all the 2A companies, we love all of y'all, and anything you guys can do to support the companies, we appreciate y'all. There's just a small percentage of customers that are difficult. They try to steal, they try to take you. So sorry that we harped on this for a little while, but it's important you guys know to see this perspective of like, holy shit, like people do that. It makes you think. Like, I've gotten emails and DMs and people contacting me being like, dude, look, I was gonna, do a charge back to Lone Wolf, and then it totally made me, rethink it. Like, asking me for advice on how they should go about, a legitimate claim, by the way. Like, it was a legitimate claim, and they were like, hearing what you shared made me kind of rethink about what I should do. I was like, damn, that's awesome.
Yeah, no, it's cool that we could reach out and tell people. I think that, I know it sounds crazy, but we've considered it before. Me, well, Faceless, you, I, and a few other people have considered. I would hope I could get some other people on board. And it's just up to the glowies if they think. I'll take their opinion because I take them very seriously. If they think it'd be a good idea, but we considered doing a podcast called Our Side of the Story, something like that, where it's me, JSD, DLD, people who are in this industry, Goonbeam, Sport Brand, who can come on and tell stories in detail of times they were scammed, how they were scammed, the sort of things they saw, and just kind of joke and talk about it. And I think it'd be an interesting stream for people to hear it, because it's like all you ever hear is like your one friend at a party tell you like, yeah, I did a chargeback because that company sucked. Like, you don't know what your friend actually did. Like, your friend could be a scumbag, you know.
Yeah.
He could have been playing games, but you know, it would be interesting to it'd be interesting. I think people would find it cool, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I think it would be interesting, and it's sad just because it'd also be interesting to have people call in and, you know, during that podcast and ask questions like, well, how would a company deal with this? You know, or ask questions about why does a company deal with it this way? Because as we've spoken about before, one of the hardest things for me when I'm training new employees or managers is there's this first way that you think a big company should do something, and it's not usually the right way because of structure and budgets and all kinds of stuff. And it'd be interesting for people to be like, well, why don't you guys just do this? You know, for example, why is it that if someone buys a build kit like this and it's missing the filament and the glue stick and they do this, why does that, if I subtract it, if I buy those individually, it equals $87? But when I called this company and asked them for a refund of $87, they said no. Like, well, because you bought a build kit and then going and finding those items individually and equating a $20 roll of filament and a 10-cent roll of glue stick to $87 was your opinion. But yeah, but you're selling it for that. No, we are not. Like, you're giving your opinions like, well, slide is around. Like, customers do their best to deduce certain things, you know?
Yeah.
And I just think that it'd be cool to see what people had to say about it, because there'd be some funny stories. They got some crazy stories about catching people doing certain things, and, you know,
Oh yeah.
stuff. So
Gunshot stories are funny too. I think there was one where a guy actually bought something from us, and we have these iconic black gift bags that we put everything in. And then he walked away with it, and one of his friends grabbed, I think, slides from another company, put them in the bag, and tried to return them.
That was funny. Yeah, I was like, these aren't from us, buddy. Like, I know who you got these from because I know that guy, and again, there's only made so many slide companies. Like, people are like, I buy from Zephyr Precision. I'm like, it's the same company, but okay. You know, it's crazy to see what people will choose to do or not to do, especially with some of the stuff that's been going on right now. People like they won't mention a certain company that was in a certain like position and did things that people weren't happy about. They'll mention everyone but this one company that was obviously giving certain things away because they still want to buy from that company. Like, and if it becomes a public issue and they get caught buying from that company, you supported the Redcoats. Like again, that's another level of intellectual dishonesty, you know.
Yeah.
But it'd be interesting to hear, you know, because we obviously know a lot of people in the community. We know everybody, so it'd be cool to bring people on and let people talk about it. So
Yeah, no, I think that would be, and honestly, not even just from this industry. That could be like $1 million idea, like from the company's perspective type shit. That would be dope. I would honestly love to do something like that. But man, I think this is probably one of the longest running ones that we've done. This is 3.5 hours. I commend you guys for sticking to it this long. And I know it was almost like we had episodes during this stream. So that was dope. I appreciate it. We had the Print Bunny episode. Then we had the Dark episode where I was talking about my knife and silver. Then we had the episode. Oh, snap. Are you sure?
Limited edition. Look at that.
Wow.
I got the first one.
So a lot of people don't know what that is. For the people that don't know what that is, if you were to go to a place like, I don't know, Supplyco's website, you have to be careful with nowadays with YouTube how we word things. But if you were to go to that website, and if you were to look at the new bridge frame from Polymer 80, then you'll see that you could do everything in the old jig that you could have always done, like right with the old frames, the new bridge frame. But once you're done, once you complete everything, you take it out. There's one pin that will not be drilled. Now, initially, the general consensus was, we don't need that pin. Let's just, they'll be good. They don't need that pin. And all of us kind of shot a look to each other like, No, not gonna work. We've built hundreds and hundreds and hundreds between all of us. Like, not gonna work. No, we need to keep building it the same way. So we got with probably the best minds in one place, and then was developed the DLD single pin jig, which actually is a 3-pin jig, but it this jig here, hold that back up there. So this jig is the last step. You clamp it around, kind of like a trigger guard in a way. You clamp it down, and it helps you drill that one last pin for the locking block. Now, also, the other 2 pins, the trigger pin and the pin right above that, it allows you to match them up. So if you want to put slave pins in there, or even just kind of get a visual lineup, you can still use it, or you can even use that as a jig. Bing, 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 whatever you want. But for $25, and you get hardware, it bolts down. It's, I'm pumped about it. I'm currently the only company in the United States selling the single pin jig. They don't exist anywhere else, so I'm pumped about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's interesting about this. I know we've been on here forever, but this is DLD and some developers and some big companies getting together to solve a problem that we were all facing. With the new open letter and all that, Paul Brady came out and was like, "We don't know what to do." Blah blah blah. Well, here's what we'll do to release the new bridge frame. It's going to have this new material on the back, it's going to have new material on the front. You got to cut out all that. And they're sitting there going like, man, we got all these jigs, all that. We don't have the time to invest in another R&D, making another jig, making, another run. We want to get this as soon as possible. What can we do? And there's a few of us sitting around that happened to be in a big meeting. And it was like, it was no question. They're sitting here going like, well, what are we going to do? They're like, well, we want to release this as fast as possible because right now there are no frames being sold because of this open letter.
Yeah.
We can release this bridge frame, but it could take months. We don't know if we want to financially make a whole nother jig, because this new bridge frame needs the front hole drill. That's part of the new process that makes it available. Yeah. And Paul Ray's like, yeah, I think we're just going to either have to wait months and months and months, or we're going to have to release it with people are just going to have to figure out how to drill that front hole. And we're all in a big meeting, and everybody goes, well, here's what we can do. And I'll keep the details of that short just because it was a private meeting, but it was like, we walked in, this was a concern, we walked out, and within a few days, the community came together. Paul Morady, Supply Co, Freedom Co Dev Team, and DLD Hardware came together to make sure that you guys could keep building Paul Morady's without fear of being in trouble. And it's insane to think that everybody did it so quickly,
Yeah.
And that with this giant thing that affects all the country, that Supply Co, although we've been in the business forever and we've been around, the DLD was a part of that groundbreaking process as well. That's something to definitely for you guys to understand and to appreciate, is like, there was no answer. It wasn't like, well, they're like, we don't know. Like, we got to keep it moving. We can't have a lull in the building. If people are building now, they need to stay building. We got to figure out a jig, but we don't know. We have thousands of these other jigs sitting around now that we've separated them for the other ruling. And what are we going to do? And I was like, well, DLD goes, let's make a solution and let's get it out. And here it is. By the time that bridge frame dropped, these were available on DLD's website. And right now, that's the only place to get them. Hopefully pretty soon here within the next few days, P80 is going to have them. But it's a solution to where we kept it going. And it took only a few people sitting around weighing up at night, talking and sitting over a desk going, what can we do? Looking at numbers and logistics and shipping and manufacturing and R&D and all these things, really stressing about you guys, stressing about people and what we can do to preserve this. Because every time we just stop and go, well, I don't know, I guess we're fucked. Yeah. It's the principle and the precedent that it sets. As long as we keep pushing forward, and that goes back to the arguments we're having earlier about staying innovative, staying in California, fighting these fights. The more we do that, the more it puts them on their heels, and the more it makes them go, Jesus Christ, like, what are we supposed to do? And the more this shows a mirror to how stupid what they think they're going to do is anyways. And like I said, just to kind of put the sheet over this, like, Paul Morady, Supply Co, DLD, Freedom Co Dev Team came together and go, all right, like, here's our solution. That's crazy. It's unprecedented type stuff, and there's more stuff to come for sure. And like I said, especially for DLD's company being so young, to be like a solution to a big issue that the whole community needed, and to be able to be a help to Paul Morady when his company is so young, it's a big honor, I think. And I think that's really cool that it's, it just attests back to what DLD said when he said he would do anything he could, before he started the company. He said, I'll do whatever I can to make sure the movement keeps going. He started DLD, and this right here is another definitive proof that whether it involves just him, this involved Paul Morady and their new frame, he still did whatever he could to make sure, look, this movement will keep going. What can we do? And we all sat around and go, here's what we could do. We pulled it together, and this is the byproduct. So, every time you buy one of these, I know it sounds silly. It's not just a jig. This is like, it's the bridge. It's the bridge between good and evil. It was the bridge between what they did and what we did. And they never, ever, ever thought that this was going to happen as quick as it did. Days, this thing wasn't here, boom, this popped up. And that put such a wind in their sails, man. It's like fighting with a dude for 6 rounds. In the 8th round, you're sitting in your chair, and you look across the ring, and he's still standing. To the government and to the people that are hating on what we're doing to this gun movement is when we're still standing, it's taking the wind out of their sails, and we got to keep going. We got to keep pushing, because once they see they've got us on oh, we're done, that's when it's going to get way worse. You think they're bad now? Just wait till they think we're not going to keep doing this stuff. So anyway, it's a really important jig. So
I appreciate that. I really do. And that I hadn't told everyone that we had a meeting with Polymer 80.
Yeah, I know. I figured I'd let it slip, because if I get in trouble, it's one thing. They'll deal with it. It'll be on my shoulders. So
I would much rather you get in trouble for that part. No, I mean,
when I said a group of minds came together over some meatloaf, that's all I'm saying.
I mean, that's literally what happened. But like, here's the thing. I think so often in this community, when gun building is going to continuously be attacked, we know that, right? Instead of us waiting, which typically I think a lot of us just sit back and say, we'll wait until this problem is solved, or we'll wait until we say it all the time. We're like, if they come up with this rule, law, regulation, whatever, we'll wait for someone else to find a way around it. We were like, fuck that. Let's find a solution. Let's just make it. Boom, done. And Polymer 80 came out with this frame in like 2 weeks, and we dropped this in a matter of days. Let's call it a week, just, because that's like the version 12.5. But I mean, we're talking in less than 3 weeks, we literally defeated the ATF high-fiving in their office at 244 Needy Road, Martinsburg, West Virginia, the NFA branch. They're sitting there high-fiving each other like, we did it, we banned frames. And we're in the back like hamsters in the wheel, like running, like boom, that's just cool as shit, man.
Yeah, and that's what I said. That's why I wanted to kind of shed a little light on it, because not all of us could be there, but it was like, it's so crazy that it's like 3 or 4 people that are like, what can we do? And 3 or 4, but these 3 or 4 people had years of fighting this fight behind them, And I was like, well, here's what we'll do. And there's a plan A, B, C, D, just like there always has been. Just like before, I'm trying to watch what I say, but before August, there was a ABC plan. Before July, there was an ABCD plan. And right now there's an ABCD plan. Yeah. And it's like, if certain things go through, hopefully this won't be necessary. If it does go through, guess what? We're right here and we're ready to go, and we'll keep doing this, and the bridge will expand. And if it doesn't, then we'll throw all this away. So these actually probably, I think the injunction is going to go through. I think it's going to do well. I think it's all going to get tossed out. So this will actually become like a 8% nostalgia collectible in a way, because hopefully these things aren't around that long. So, but it is again part of it. But that's the point, is that a lot of people at that time were like, this sucked. Look at this new frame, tail tuck. A lot less people, probably hundreds and thousands less, 4 people came together and go, yeah, anyway, about all that tail tucking shit, what do we do to make people who still want to actually support this movement? What can we do? Because I'm not ready to give up. And the other 2 or 3 people said, we're not ready to give up either. Well, what do we do? A, B, C, D. What? Well, there was a bunch of people who are living their regular lives going, y'all tucking your tails, like whatever. We're over here doing what we need to do. And again, that's what's important, is like, that was 4 people, and it wasn't a long conversation. Yeah. It was very fast, because when you get to this stage, a problem was presented and 3 people said, we got this. Really? Yeah. Don't worry about it. I'll let you know next week. That was it. Somebody said, we don't know what we're going to do. And a couple other people said, we'll take care of it. And that was it. And that's all it took, That's all it took. And, you know, and like I said, and at the end of the day, yeah, this sucks. All this compliancy sucks. But guess what? Violence is always in the back pocket. Like, and what I mean by that is, I'm not saying be violent. I'm not saying do whatever. But I have to teach employees this. I have to teach friends this. The violence and the last ditch effort stuff, that's always back there, man. We always have that. And make sure you're always mentally prepared for that. And you're always ready to be uncompliant and to fight for your rights. But the cool part about that option is when it is the option, it will be the only option. And it'll be undeniable that it's time. And it'll be, like I said, it'll be the only option when it officially is the option. And it doesn't mean that we can't go through everything else before. You know what I mean? It just depends on when you think, you know, that option is or whatever. Like I said, there won't be a siren that goes off, but you know, at the end of the day, this is really important. If you guys haven't went and got one or checked it out, even if, you know, you don't need to drill a jig or anything like that or drill a frame, just the fact like this is a handmade thing that DLD is making. This is handmade, and he's the only person making it for the country right now. For all of the people that are buying 80% frames of the whole country, it's coming from DLD hardware. And like I said, I don't know how long it's going to be around, but it's a piece of history in a way. You know what I mean? Like I said, which may not seem like much, but you know, there's conversations that were had in that meeting that were like, hey, I've got one of the rare burgundy Spectre frames. Like, what? A burgundy Spectre? Like, oh, I've got a white one of these. Like, this will be hopefully one of those items. Hopefully it won't be that necessary for much longer. But if it doesn't, you know, you'll have to get one anyways if you want to continue building. So
and like you said, there's other plans, you know, the C and D in the back. So there's nothing that they can do that will stop us. And like you said, we would much rather use these options that are, you know, free of violence, right? But of course, all of us in the back of our minds, we realize that the Second Amendment, that the purpose of the Second Amendment is to protect our natural rights from what the government can and can't do with our natural rights that are given to us by God. If they ever do come and try to, you know, use force against us, then that is why we should all be allowed to build modern firearms in the privacy of our own home with no governmental overreach. So it's all coming full circle, and you know, I'm down for whatever. I prefer no violence, and
yeah, for sure. Like I said, it's never-ending fight. So
yeah. So on that note, we're pushing 4 hours. It's been awesome. So much info about all of your, you know, the story of your company, the products, like the developments of printing in 80s and jigs and just the look on the inside. Is there anything else that you guys want to leave with the people in here before we head out?
Yeah, I'm gonna give PrintBunny the floor a little bit, but one of the things that there's, you know, things that I haven't already said, but like we're actively trying to find ways to involve more and more people who want to be involved in the fight. Like there's more and more, we're finding more ways to actively involve you guys in the fight if that's something you want to do, ways to help, because that's what Supply Co started as, was a tantrum of people, of a few people that, you know, one or two main people that wanted to make a change and wanted to do things but didn't know how and didn't see what they could do, and thought, well, I sit on a certain spectrum of political beliefs, but what can I do? And what kind of expertise do I have? What kind of things can I bring to the table? And, you know, we all have things that we can bring to the table. And, you know, we all have, this political spectrum has, you know, opinions with all kinds of things that go outside guns, right? And it's like, well, what can we do to be helpful? And we're working actively on ways that we can involve you guys more and more, so that if you want to feel like you're doing your part, if you want to be involved, you know, we're chronically working on ways. Like, for example, one of the ones, you know, that we're doing right now is like, you know, if there's any designers that are in the comments, you know, come out PLA, anyone like that, guys that work at CAD, we're trying to find ways to make jobs and bring things in. And like I said, stuff like that. One of the ones I'd like to open up to is like, I know it sounds silly, but anyone that can make heart blocks, design heart blocks for us. So what a heart block is this helps a lot of people around the country. I know it doesn't sound like it does, but let's say a Taurus G2C, okay? You buy a Taurus G2C from the factory, it comes with a 15-round magazine, you know, or a Taurus G3, it comes like a 15-round or 16-round, and the G2C maybe comes with a 13. Either way, right now people are, and there's a lot of us, this is one of the things that you guys don't know Supply Code does, is like they have their high, you know, people have their high cap mag permits in places that are restricted, and they buy magazines and they have to measure and drill and rivet and do all this stuff. And there's a big effort to make magazines, to get
California
magazines
compliant.
to not California compliant necessarily, but to get magazines to states that need them. Now, we all need high caps. We can't do that. We can't give high caps to everyone that needs it. But I want you to understand this, is there are states where it's like, oh, why don't you have this built? Well, I'm in, I don't know, New Jersey or New Hampshire, a horrible place. Well, why don't you just get a 10 round version of that magazine? Well, the company that makes this does not make a 10 round version of this magazine. So I cannot even buy a replacement mag, or I can't buy the gun because of whatever. If I could get a magazine for it, which the company, Sig Sauer, Taurus, whatever, doesn't make one. So there's an effort on our part to get these mags in a high cap capacity and can permanently fix them to 10 so that people can just use the things that they already own. And it sounds like a weird fight, and it sounds weird, right? But it is another small way that we can help other people in this country use the things they want to use, get guns they want to use just because they like that gun. And yeah, the 10 round capacity sucks and it's unconstitutional. But it's even more shitty that they can't even get a magazine for it because the manufacturer can't afford to make that particular one magazine for that one guy in Vermont, right? Or wherever. So one of the things, that we're doing is, like, if you're a designer or developer, we just started this. If you can make a heart block, which is basically like most of us know Glock magazines, right? You make a CAD design that basically goes in the spring and it blocks the magazine to 10 rounds so that we can take the base plate off, 3D print this thing, take the base plate off, put it in, glue the base plate, shut it, and it'll limit it to 10 rounds. If you, as a designer, can give us those for a specific model, and we'll release a list. It's all the common ones: Glock 19, 17, 26, Taurus, SIG P320 for all sizes. Most guns, if you can make that design and send it to us, the first person to make us one for that size magazine, we'll pay you up to $100 per design to do that. So,
Dang.
if designs right now, for example, G2C, and you send it to me and I print and test and I put it in G2C and it converts it to 10 rounds, I'll give you $100 for that design, just for doing it. Even though I would, most of us are open source guys anyways. But what that does is we're going to be able to get magazines to countries, states, and more importantly, other shooters so much faster, because the effort is slowed down right now by us having to measure. Every time a new gun comes in, it's like we got to measure and drill and test and drill. And sometimes you get 9, sometimes you get like 11, because it has to be forced 10. It can't be forced 11. It has to be, so a lot of them cut it down to 9. If we could just 3D print these blocks and slam them in, we'd be able to get, it's sadly, it's like giving food out to other countries at this point. It's like we're just trying to find a way to get people these magazines, and that's the sad way, is like, because legally, the way it works to be considered permanently affixed is that you have to use a tool to take it apart. So, but again, that's one of the things that we're doing to involve it. And that's a small thing as an example that will help the gun movement as a whole. And whether you're someone who owns a company or just a regular guy, that small effort is helping tons of people. It's helping us get magazines out to tons of people that can't even shoot the guns they already own because their company does not make a gun for that or magazine for that. If those files exist, we basically present the heart blocks. We print them, we put them out for the public, and now anyone in the country can, I just need a company who's going to buy it with a permit, rivet it to, heart block it to 10 rounds or whatever. Some of these states have 4-round capacities, So how are they supposed to get? Yeah, I think it's Hawaii maybe has a 4-round capacity. One of them has a 4-round, or certain counties have 4-round capacities. God forbid they want to own anything, right? Like, well, we could own it, but I can't get mags for it. Like,
I know. Yeah. Some crazy laws, but I don't know. You would think that in a world post the Bruin decision that things would be more free, but it's just crazy where we've come. I was trying to find an example to show, but the interesting thing is if you look on an old Beretta, like 92 FS magazine, the ones that hold 15 rounds in it, they're like pinched on the bottom of the mag, right? To where like the follower basically sits in there, and it was part of their like anti-tilt system, but it held up where you could have put like 4 or 5 more rounds. The new ones that are 18ers don't have that little pinch. That's what a lot of these companies that do make aftermarket 10-round mags, they'll literally punch in the steel, stamp them, they'll rivet them, there's no way that if they ever move to a free state that they could revert them back to, free mags. So, this could be helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, well, this is just a way, like I said, because like some of them have such bad restrictions that it's not even a free thing anymore. It's just like I just want magazines so I can use my gun, and I can't do that right now, And these are a quick, having a file that we can 3D print to a custom order. Like I said, right now we do it as a service. We have people that email us all around the country. I own a this and a that, and I can't take it out because it's my grandfather's and whatever, and I don't want to do whatever. Do you have a 4-round magazine or a 10-round magazine? Like, no, nobody makes that. So, so we have to do it. Some companies, like you said, do dimple them, like Beretta will dimple them. Glock has their 10-round ones, but there's a lot of weird ones like SCCY, like little boat guns and stuff that just like, they don't have the means like Glock. And like I said, CZ, they're so huge that they could take the time and the money to go, let's make 10-round options. But all these other companies aren't doing it. So,
yeah, especially like the old Smith & Wesson ones between the 94 to 04 ban. If you look at their magazines, they're metal, but the bottom was a polymer floor plate, like this freaking big. It's crazy what companies are willing to go to. At that time they had to. But is asking, he's been messing around in CAD a lot lately.
Oh yeah.
He's asking, designing for mass production matter, like maybe speed, print time.
I'm not sure what he's referring to. I mean,
I guess like, does it have to be like, like X hours for a build plate of them or?
Well, I mean, no, because we're going to be working on, we want to open up to any design that needs it. There are ones that we see more of. We see like the Taurus G2C is a big one. Like I'd almost pay ahead of time for that design. Like a Taurus G2C, the Taurus G3, like High Point. I don't sound silly. High Point, Taurus G2C, Taurus G3 are big ones. Smith & Wesson SD, not so much. A lot of the ones that you see people 3D printing. I know it sounds weird. As far as mass production, I'm not sure how it would change whether you're doing small production or not. I mean, the file is the file. I think that it's more important that it gets printed solid so that it doesn't like someone can't break it or whatever. So I'm not quite sure. Sport Brand, if you can elaborate on your question about mass production. I think that if in a perfect world, it'd be like a 2-hour print, 2.5-hour print per mag. But then again, you might come to me and say, look, I know it sounds weird, but are you looking for this design, which is a Beretta, M19A1 with an 18-round mag for a state that limits to 4 rounds, right? Which is going to be a huge heart block. But hey, there's a guy that needs that, man. He needs it. He wants to choose whatever, and he's scared to, and you're doing a huge service, like I said, that's what we're trying to do this for, is I'm willing to pay for these designs to help the community, to help the hard work, because I think designers need to get paid. I don't care what the community tells you. You need to get paid. 3D printer and designers need to get paid. You need to spend more time being, appreciated for your efforts. And you're, that can help more people get, magazines. So as far as mass production, I think in theory, an answer is best I can say is yes, because we might be doing 10 or 15 of them at a time or 20 of them, but again, legally, just to go over it, it's like the Glocks are if you guys haven't looked it up, just look up heart block. That's what they usually call them. It's a plastic wedge with a little base plate. You take your base plate off with a punch, you put it in, you slide your base plate back on, and technically that's considered permanently affixed because you have to use a tool to take the base plate off. It does not have to be epoxy technically. A lot of places do epoxy them, but you don't have to,
So it doesn't necessarily have to be epoxy to the base plate, because you couldn't really get it on, right? Like it would have to be like placed in there, held down, and then the base plate put on, because you still need to up off the base plate anyway.
If you want to be double safe, a lot of companies will put a heart block in and then they epoxy the base plate on. But per the definition of permanently affixed to 10 rounds, the definition of permanently affixed means that the user would have to use a tool to disassemble it, which we have to use you can't take a Glock base. So depending on the base plate, maybe if you could take it off with your fingers. But it's going to sound crazy. In California, like they sell at gun shows 30-round AK mags with a piece of wood in them that aren't glued or welded shut, because that's fine. Some guys weld them, some guys pin them, but there really is an effort. As silly as it sounds, I know it's like, why would you work so hard to help limit rounds? It's because people need it, man. You know what I mean? I wouldn't tell a homeless person I'm giving you a salad because I think you should eat protein. Like if he's hungry, give him the salad. Like we need to do whatever we can to help everybody.
Well, I mean, the
You know?
reality is that like you're talking about California, Washington State, you're talking about New Jersey, you're talking about New York, you're talking about what's the other one? Hawaii, what's the is New Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Ohio has one. I mean, you could be talking about up to 10 states that cannot get magazines. So, and Sport Brain, yes, he's talking about the file. So if you were to CAD something out, print it, test it, and it works in some of these popular
Oh yeah,
styles.
yeah. I'm not saying that you guys send me the part block. I just want the file so we can produce it, so
Yeah.
we can on a large scale get it out to people. You know, and that's kind of the only rule is that it has to, you know, for us to get it and pay out what we really want to, you know, pay you guys for that work. It just has to work, and then it's going to be open source after that. So that's the two rules. It has to be give it to me, I'll test it, make sure it works, so we don't muddle the waters with half reuse stuff. Once I confirm it works, I'll pay you for it. I got it, and then we release it wherever we decide, you know, to release it. But I'd like it to be open source for that guys that are in states that do have the ability to print their own. They can. Yeah, just the file. That's it. You don't have to make them. We're going to make them. We'll manufacture them.
Just the file that's lit.
Just the file. Yeah, just the file. Just make me the file. Just make me the file so that we can start doing this, because that saves us so much time. We're working on it, man, but it eats up so much time when these guys, like, I don't know if I just like, oh yeah, no, one of our badass developers made this for us. What mag you got? Oh, I got a Walth or whatever. I'm like, all right, come back in 2 hours, and I go and I print it and I give it to him. You know,
Yeah,
it's gonna be awesome. You know, it's gonna be sweet. So,
game change. You're right, BB Luminous. It's not unless you have a print farm of 10, 12 printers all buzzing 24/7. You know, just saying. Well, now after 4 hours, my ass is sore,
all right,
and I gotta get. But no, that's awesome. No, I think that's dope. That it's actually like, you know, like reaching out to the community for help and paying developers to do shit like that's awesome. Or a bamboo. That's true. A bamboo versus 10 enders. That's, you know, I'll take
we've
that.
done the math. A bamboo will do what 5 enders will do. So
Yeah, it's great.
As far as that's just about timing. Don't jump my throat about quality and auto level and color change. I understand.
Basic use of single color.
Basic
production.
use of single color, it will do it in 5 machines. So, and we know that because we did a test. 10 machines for 250 articles. We did the same amount with 1 machine for 5 machines. Anyway.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right. Anything else before we close out? Because you know I got to close my normal way.
Support companies, stay safe, stay strapped,
No.
Hell yeah.
and follow DLD.
I appreciate that. And make sure, guys, when you're out in the wild, show some love, show some support. Even if it means you're going to get jumped by the Reddit freaks, show a little bit of love towards Supply Co. And and lastly, before we go, I will say that there have been a few people that have said they want me to build a 50 GI. So I may have to get with you guys on making that a reality, because you guys have some of those kits, right? Yeah.
Yep.
All right, we may have to do that. All right, guys. I appreciate all of you. Thank you, Supply Co., PrintBunny. Thank you, Knuckles. Appreciate you guys coming on. And in closing, I'll close as I always do. Rule number 1 is to be kind. It's so important that we're kind in everything that we do. That brief little interaction that you have with someone, it can have a huge impact on their life. So be kind. Rule number 2 is to live a life of care, compassion, contribution, give to others. You know, when you give to others, when you bless others, you become, and a hand that's open to give is open to receive. Rule number 3, because we know the only way for us to defeat evil is with good men skilled in violence. Make sure that you're becoming as highly skilled in violence as you possibly can be, and be safe, be dangerous, and keep that thing on you. And just take one more look at this beauty right here. That thing is mean. All right, guys, thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. Make sure you support Supply Co. and all the companies out there that are actually in the fight. And
Thank you guys, everybody that stayed late.
yeah, thank you. 4 hours. This is like a record, I think. 4 hours. This is awesome. And guys, don't forget to comment when this posts as a like hard video, because I need y'all's support, because YouTube don't like me. Bye.